Okay, mic check 1, 2. Sorry, I have only one.
That's okay.
Wait a second. Okay. Hello, everybody. This is me, Howard, and
Filipa.
And we're the Creepypasta Busters, and we bust creepypastas, something like that. And today we're here in Krakow for
Haunted USB stick. So they say there's some eldritch horrors on an USB stick that was so dangerous that it's hidden somewhere on the parking lot in Krakow in Poland.
Yeah, and we're here to find it. One of our fans just texted us that he know which one USB stick it is. So let's bust another creepypasta. Yay!
Yay! Howard, I'm low-key hungry. Have you seen any places to eat?
Polish restaurants.
Nice.
So around the counter.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're here for like, I don't know, 30 minutes, and it started to rain. Really, there's nothing here. Waste of time, I guess. So, okay. What's that?
Well, since there's nothing here, which means there's everything here, that's probably just a prank then. Oh! It's not a prank!
Okay.
That's nice.
Oh hi, I'm Lottie. I'm the social media specialist at Feardemic.
That means I run our edgy TikTok.
You might be asking yourself, you're like super energetic and covered in pastels, so like, why are you here? Here's the thing. Because I fucking love horror, and the fact that you're here implies that you do too. So without further ado, welcome to Feardemic's Fearfest. What is a Fearfest, you might ask? Well, it's a celebration of all things horror. Horror, horror. Are you hooked yet? Well, you better be. Sit back, grab a snack, and get comfy, because we're about to get this show on the road.
Someone once said insanity runs in our family. Let it run. They say it's a tale of sadness and guilt of an artist trapped in a place beyond redemption. It's a lie. This is a story of my fear, pain, and hatred, of the horror of my loneliness. And it is mine to tell.
Now I see it. All this misery, all this suffering. There was no other way.
Shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have.
An empty shell cannot live forever. It cannot live at all.
I was trapped in this house, bound by this body. Now, I break free.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can't possibly imagine how excited I am about this interview, because right now I have a pleasure to welcome in my virtual studio Damien, who is the creative director responsible for the upcoming great looking game called Layers of Fears. Hi Damien, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Awesome to meet you.
Let's be completely honest. When we look at the horror gaming market, we have a lot of psychedelic walking simulators with mysterious stories, and yet Layers of Fear series stands out among them. And I'm curious your opinion. Why? Why this series in particular is so popular among players?
This is a good question. It's also for us. Layers of Fears as a whole is a big return to the roots for us, and we are trying to retell the same story in a kind of new and unpredictable ways, but we are doing everything we can to retain what made the original great. And there was, the dark story, a lot of symbolism, and the unique atmosphere of everything that we had there. It created a cohesive psychological experience, which is something that resonated with people. The great success that the game has had, they also support the theory that we believe as creators, in that there is something mesmerizing about fear, about exploring the dark side of the human psyche, the things we cannot see or we cannot name, and all of that kind of resonates with people. And that is even expanded more by horror as a genre, in which we are trying to do something awesome.
Okay, so maybe this is mostly because the Layers of Fear series is, how you say it, psychological not only by name, but it really is.
Yeah, it really is. So, like, there is less of, kind of the survival aspect. There is less of gore. We are deep into the characters and their traumas and what caused them and how they deal with it. So yeah, it's kind of in the name.
Mm-hmm. And you are using Unreal Engine 5. Please tell me, how do you use the power of this engine and what we can expect in terms of graphic?
We switched from Unity, and while we like working with both engines, they are both good. Unreal Engine 5 kind of serves our goal to increase the graphic fidelity. And since we are working on a horror game where both the atmosphere and the lighting are extremely important, we can use features like dynamic light with Lumen, HDR, ray tracing, all of us to kind of push it to the next level, which we weren't able to do before. Let me tell this, for us, Layers of Fears is everything we love about horrors. It's dark, psychological story that is very mature and talks about, the darkness of minds, trauma, things that kind of affect people, and it slowly draws you into the horror. It kind of lets you understand the dark side of humanity, of human nature, of obsession, and we show it all through the lenses of artists that are trapped somewhere between, insanity and creativity, which is just especially cool and kind of speaks to people that are creative, which we are as well. So that kind of is very close to us. And we are really excited to expand the experience with things that kind of cast new light on what you already saw, that expand the narrative. So yeah, stay tuned. We will reveal more soon. And I think if you are a fan of the originals, you just cannot miss it.
Now, I break free.
Peggy 18.
Where the hell are we?
We need to get the fuck out of here. What the hell is that?
We're trapped.
What do we do? Is this a good idea?
I don't see any other options.
This has been weird every step of the way, and now it's getting scary.
This is beyond messed up.
Run!
Jamie, over here. Check this out.
It's a puzzle, a riddle of some sort. Tricks and traps, it's playing games.
That's not what I was expecting.
What was that?
can't handle much more of this.
There's a lot of miles between eccentric and murderous. You okay?
Not even close.
He wants to choose, doesn't he? Oh my god. We don't do something, both of them will die.
We have to choose. Now!
Ah!
Get the fuck out any way you can.
This interview is a little bit crazy because I'm recording it in very strange circumstances. As you can see, guys, I'm not in my studio in Poland with my great microphone or cool webcam. I'm in a hotel in the United States as I'm on my business trip. And normally I wouldn't do this interview, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to speak to Tom Hito, the game director from Supermassive Games, who is responsible for the game called The Devil in Me, that is a part of the Dark Pictures Anthology. Hi Tom, how are you?
Hi, very well, thank you.
So, let me start. I wanted to ask you how the idea for the whole Dark Pictures Anthology was born.
Well, the idea behind the Dark Pictures Anthology was that we would take the opportunity to explore all the many different genres and subgenres of horror. We're very enthusiastic about horror at Supermassive. It's a big thing for us. It's a lovely opportunity to just really find something new, keep it fresh for the players, understand that subgenre, you know, what makes it tick, what are the key beats, and have fun with it.
As a big fan of horror genre, I understand it completely. So, if you could present to me shortly, briefly, the story behind The Devil in Me.
Okay, so The Devil in Me is about a group of documentary filmmakers who are making a series called Architects of Murder about American serial killers. And they have got to the last episode of the series, which is about H.H. Holmes. But they've run out of money. They can't get any content because H.H. Holmes has been dead for 100 years. And they're worried. They're basically desperate. And out of the blue, they get a phone call from someone called Grantham Demet, who says he is a famous architect and collector, and he owns a building built by a relative, which is a kind of homage to H.H. Holmes' Murder Hotel. I don't know if people know about H.H. Holmes, but he was this serial killer in Chicago in the 1890s who built this huge hotel, and he used it to kill people in really kind of extravagant ways. So they're very excited to go to find this kind of asset that they can use. They agree to all his terms and conditions. They go over to this hotel, which is on a remote island, and it's everything they've dreamed of. It's a fairly exact replica. It's got the interior, looks amazing. So they know their documentary is going to be great. But things start to go wrong. They have a persistent feeling of being watched. Grantham Demet disappears, and eventually they find themselves locked in and trapped by a modern-day serial killer who's also inspired by H.H. Holmes.
It does look something for horror fans, yeah.
I think what we're trying to do with The Devil in Me is build on what people like from previous installments of the Dark Pictures, but I've tried to make something that is very, very scary. Serial killers, a lot of people are interested in serial killers. They're really quite mainstream in a way. Everyone finds them fascinating. They're the very dark side of human nature, and that makes them very scary. And we've tried to kind of play into that fear and provide an experience that is really as scary as anything we've ever done. And the other thing that's really exciting in this game is we've added a load of new features. This is the Series 1 finale. We've added features around exploration to make the world much more interactive. You kind of have to climb up on things and crawl under things, giving you a lot more agency about how you explore the world. We've added a simple inventory, so each of the characters have a tool that they can use to try and help them survive the night. And we've added some puzzles in as well.
Thanks to Fearfest, I can speak with so many great talented developers responsible for amazing horror games, and this interview is especially unique. You know why? Because I'm feeling a little bit nervous, but just look at my guest. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Gavin, the developer responsible for the game called Choo Charles. Hi Gavin, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for letting me be a part of this. Yay, it's very epic.
So I wanted to ask you about one thing. Your game is about scary, creepy train with spider legs that wants to eat you. I mean, how did you come up with that? What inspired you?
Back last year, I was trying to figure out what my next game was going to be. I was trying to figure out what would be cool, what are people going to be interested in, and I kind of realized that there was a lot of, because in horror games, it's kind of a classic trope to take something innocent and then completely invert it and make it something horrifying. You know, you look at Five Nights at Freddy's or, you know, stuff like that. And so I realized that there was a lot of untapped potential in kids' TV shows. There are very, very few horror games that like sort of invert, you know, those classic childhood shows and stuff. And so my favorite show growing up was Thomas the Tank Engine. So I was like, hey, what if I made something that would remind people of Thomas the Tank Engine? That would be kind of cool. And so that, along with, you know, just like train gameplay, because that just sounded pretty cool. I was like, you know, if you got to have a train and you could like navigate around, it just sounds interesting. And then also, of course, the animations by Tom Coben. He's done these really cool, like horrifying Spider Thomas animations that inspired like the fact that Charles has spider legs. Choo
Charles is the game that didn't come out yet. And yet it's already very well known among horror fans. It's some kind of phenomenon. How do you think? Why this game, not something else?
Great question. You know, when I first started working on it, I wasn't expecting it to get as big as it has so soon. Definitely, I mean, probably not ever, honestly, but definitely not as soon as it did. I think part of it probably is just the untapped potential in these, you know, because I mean, like Thomas the Tank Engine is incredibly well known, you know, and so seeing. And even this is another thing that I didn't even realize is just how ingrained Thomas the Tank Engine is in like meme culture. I didn't even really realize that, but you know, like the Skyrim mods, I didn't realize that was a big thing even. So, you know, Thomas has made his way around. So I think seeing something that is reminiscent of that, it's just, you instantly feel just sort of a connection to it. There's that familiarity there. And then I think also kind of the sort of more unique approach with the gameplay, at least as far as horror games go, you know, because typically in the indie horror genre, there's not a lot of innovation on the gameplay side. And I'm not saying Choo Charles is like some crazy, magnificent feat, but it's a little different. So I think it stands out a bit. If you're interested in Choo Charles, you can go and wishlist and follow it on Steam. It's going to be coming out there hopefully sometime this year. Very epic. You can also follow me on Twitter at 2star Games or subscribe to my YouTube channel where I make development updates about the game and other stuff.
So first things first, trains. Obviously, that's kind of obvious by the name, trains. So this is Charles. Handsome, horrible devil. He's like this bizarre blend. There we go. Good look at this boy. He's like obviously a spider train with the face of a clown. This is like Pennywise, the tank clown. It's it, right? It's it, but like a train for no reason at all. Like, why? Who cares? Because it's awesome. Horrifying, right? I would say they're like combining the most common phobias people have, except I don't think trains is a common phobia, so they just threw that in for shits and giggles, I guess. Okay, this is our train. We're gonna get to spend the game beefing it up and equipping it with weapons, like a fucking machine gun. Oh my god. I want to say just fend him off. He doesn't seem killable. I feel like that would be crazy. But at the very least, fend him off until we accomplish something. Because right now, we don't know what the story of the game is, right? I guess we do talk to this guy. We talked to, what's his name over here? I'll go back in a second to look at all this. This cracks me up. This is so hilarious. Just like the least, just the most whatever. It's an NPC. He doesn't matter. So he can just look like this. Do you want to kill Charles? So maybe that is the whole quest of the game. It's just going to be like really, really hard to do. Leveling up the train is going to be so cool. I hope we can change the color. They have to let us change the color, right? Like repaint it. I want I either want a black one with a pink interior or a pink one. How dope with like an absolute decked out hot pink train covered in every weapon you can imagine and the little horns. Oh, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's rewatch. Okay. That's really quick. Really quick. They're throwing so much at us. Desert landscape. Obviously, we're on a train the whole game. We're going to get to explore what I would expect to be a really huge open world, I think is what they're like trying to tell us here. Showing us the map, zoom out, like, look at this. Look at this. Yes, this whole peninsula, desert, beach, this is a lot. This is a lot of travel, a lot of world to explore. Oh, it's so quick. It's so quick. I'm dying to see the rest of the world here. I love a little map marker because I love big open worlds, but I get lost like nobody's business. I need help. So I love this. Okay. Traveling, of course. The process of traveling. Ooh, you'll sometimes have to get out of the safety of your train to make sure that you can get where you want to go. I didn't even think about that. You can't just free roam. You can't just Skyrim it. You know, you can't make your horse shimmy up a mountain because you feel like taking a shortcut. You have to ride the tracks. And if you want to explore off tracks, you got to get out of the safety of your train. Oh, it's going to be so spooky. So cool. Yes. Do you want to kill Charles? That's got to be our one and only quest. And then, yes, the dangers of getting out of the safety of your train because he's gonna come get you. Oh. Okay, so maybe he's constantly roaming to find you. I wonder... Okay, and then this is what's important. I'm bebopping all over the place. I'm so excited about this. Train health. Okay, obviously, we're probably going to take damages when we fight him. Our speed would be great. I'm when it comes to fight or flight, I'm a flighter, so I'm probably going to level up speed first. Damage. Okay, increasing all weapon damage, and then armor. Decreasing the damage you take. Okay. Typical stats, but it's cool that not only will we get to add more weapons, but we're going to be able to strengthen our train. Like I said, I hope, I love this so much. I would hope that the train is totally customizable, but I'm going to make a prediction that what we just saw were like the first 4 levels of a leveled up train, right? You level up a stat, you know, level up your defense, boom, you get some of that. You level it up again, you get more of that. Everyone's just kind of looks like that. I hope they put more options in. That would be cool. Oh, and maybe when you're ready to fight him, you're like, I'm here, bitch. Yeah, come here, come get me. This is going to be so epic. It's going to be so intense. It's just battle trains. It's battle trains with a horrible spider clown thing. I cannot wait. Coming early 2022, well... It's 2022, so I'm ready. I'm ready right now. I actually played No Snake Hotel, which was a super short demo dropped by these people, and it was, I mean, it was stunning. It was super cool, and their sense of humor is my taste, personally, so I can't wait to see what other little gems are inevitably hidden in here. I can guarantee there's going to be a lot of funny stuff. I can't wait. So we start with the emergence of a bat. I don't know. Perhaps it's just a way for us to travel through the world and see a bunch of stuff. However, perhaps this is our character being spawned. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy to assume, oh, this is us, our hands right here. Who knows? Maybe this is an elder vampire raising us up to then be in charge of this hotel. Did I mention it's a hotel management simulator? In case you hadn't picked that up. That's what this game is about. It is advertised as this crossover of Stardew Valley in its management simulation style, and the beautifully delicious visuals and quirks of horror, and specifically Tim Burton-esque influences. And I think that that's very clear from everything between the location and the activities and the characters. Anyway, let's continue on. I'm geeking out, in case you couldn't tell. This is just my fancy. I've been complaining that as much as I want to play Stardew Valley, I want a creepier version, and this game could not have come out at a better time. So the most satisfying part of any simulator game, any management game, cleaning up, getting rid of the trash. That's my opinion anyway. Maybe some people like other parts, but I love taking the decrepit parts and cleaning up all the trash. So who doesn't wish that they could just clean by pointing? Sabrina the Teenage Witch always made me jealous. I couldn't just clean my room by doing literally this. But now we can. Now we can fulfill those dreams. This right here, I would do a whole game of just reflooring. Again, maybe that's just me. Can we just watch that part one more time? Geeking out a little bit. The music. Incredible. So cool. Of course, we're seeing the furniture choices. So again, we get to take these dirty, empty rooms and turn them into something where, you know, it's hospitable and people would want to stay for the night. And of course, it's all in this very beautiful sort of like Victorian Gothic style. Who I would love to stay in one of these rooms. The guests are just beautifully bizarre looking, the proportions. They're almost like Who's, but like, I guess the Halloween version instead of a Christmas Who. Also jumping back to what's happening here, obviously we fix it up and we try to get people to come book a room in our hotel, right? Which is a little bit suspicious. She looks a little pink and fleshy. Our taloned dead hand would suggest that we are not. That and our ability to zoom around a hotel like this. Woo! I can't wait to get to do that in game. We are just flying. And also this part, aside from being something I look forward to getting to do, reminds me a lot of almost like a Disney ride. It's very Haunted Mansion-esque, in my opinion. We've got puzzles. You know that there are going to be all kinds of small puzzles, lock puzzles and the like, hidden all over this place. If we're just stumbling upon an abandoned mansion and exploring it, I can't wait to see all the quirky puzzles. If we've learned anything from Dark, the variety of puzzles are going to be very vast and very peculiar, and I can't wait. Eating the guests, pretty straightforward. I don't know. I don't think that's a great business model, but I suppose humans will keep showing up. And in fact, I think if you were to advertise a hotel as like, oh, you might get bitten by a vampire, I don't know, there's a 1 in 50 chance, you would never go out of business. People love it. Building the lobby, gorgeous, love it. Can I just say, I love the purple stripe wallpaper. Not important, I just appreciate the purpley pink color scheme in such a dark, gloomy game. To see so many pinks and purples, so pretty. Lots of guests. Feed them expired food? I guess as a vampire, you're like, this is fine, right? People eat this. Or are we intentionally trying to poison them? I don't know. Growing very suspicious fruits. Look, we're gonna clean up rooms. We're gonna set furniture. We're gonna farm a little bit at least. This cow. That's it. I have nothing but questions, but no good commentary about this cow. I love them. I love everything about them. I love the energy, but I don't know why they're there. We'll get to more cow stuff later. The suspicious fruit. So we've got cooking, maybe? Thumbs up. Okay, we got good reviews. So I'm assuming maybe positive reviews are going to matter. Maybe we literally have to do a decent job to continue the game. The smelting, we're just going to make weapons. So what have we got now? We've got repairs, decorating, farming, cooking, weaponsmithing, and then, as we saw a little bit further in, dungeon crawling. Well, I would assume with the weapons we smithed, but as if the game didn't have enough to do, we've got dungeons in deep parts of the mansion, I'm assuming, that we need to explore, and hopefully if we successfully clean them out, maybe we get access to more rooms, we can make it bigger, we can really expand our business. And the cow again! We have a derpy cow familiar who kicks ass. That's just the most bizarre. Who thought of that? Who thought that up? I mean, we know who thought that up, but still. I love the cow. Like I said, so many questions, and I have a suspicious feeling that I'm actually not going to get any answers from the game. It's just going to be the bizarre whimsy of the creator, but I'm okay with that. I'm along for the ride. I'm buckled. So, and then, this is arguably my favorite part, getting to unlock our front deskers. Our concierge man and woman vampires, I suppose. I just love them. There's something about them that's so Tweedledee Tweedledum. But, oh, they just give just the silliest, dumbest vibes. I feel like they're going to be nothing but trouble and mischief. And I love them so much. I can't wait to learn their names. I adore them. I don't know what it is. Immediately upon seeing them, it just triggered. I don't know. I love them. I love them so much. And then, yes, the dungeon crawling. We've got zombies. We've got skeletons and top hats. I'm sure we've got even more bizarre things the further in. And there's one more time just because we can't get enough cow familiar. Incredible, incredible. So that is Bloody Hell Hotel. It looks like a bloody good time, and I absolutely cannot wait for it to come out. It is 100% going on my wish list. Go ahead and put it on yours and join me in the eager awaiting of the full release.
About you, but personally, I love it when horror games not only keep you awake at night, but make you question your surroundings and sometimes even your own existence. Try not to lose your minds too much with what we have installed for you.
Treading water with eyes wide shut, down the hill and up the well we will go.
First things first, we know that this is like a circus. We're going to be playing in a circus. The synopsis of the game already tells us that the main protagonist is going to be exploring some horrible memories he has regarding his time in the circus, the Nelson Bros circus, which is what we're looking at here. Fine. I love the circus as a theme. I don't know who this girl is. I think obviously, we're in for some horrible, creepy clown stuff, and who doesn't love a good creepy clown? This is just horrible. This by itself, broad daylight, nothing wrong with it, just horrible. I hate it. I would hope that we're exploring a rundown abandoned circus. That would be cool. A bit more. Who is the little girl? I don't know. Whose house is this? And also, not to interrupt the beautiful singing, we keep hearing what I think is a camera shutter, which I guess would play into the memories we're exploring, which is super interesting. Probably collecting photos or something. It looks like there's two locations, a home and the horrible circus. So I wonder if we're going to get to actually go to the circus or if it's all going to be in his mind. I don't know. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, they show it so briefly, but this horrible little clown mouth. Disgusting. Can't wait. I guess this is like behind the scenes. I'll play a little bit more. What is this? What on earth is this? This is the camera, okay. Probably the camera we're hearing. What the hell is all of this? This is some like upside down in between dimensions shit. Oh, I don't like whoever's in the closet. Absolutely not. Oh, been on one of these. That's just horrible all on its own. Okay. Oh, I hope we get to explore the circus at night. I have wanted an abandoned amusement park horror game for the longest time. Tonight, Dory and Martha Sow? I guess what are their, I'm gonna guess a conjoined twin thing. Then the Amazing Sow, which I guess is this man right here. So maybe that's a little plot line. That's a little narrative we've got going on. Also, what is he? Why do his eyes glow? Why does he looks like he's got like a headdress. I'm gonna guess that he's maybe kind of one of those like fortune teller, you put in a quarter and it, you know, the little animatronic gives you like a generic fortune cookie fortune thing. I think they had those at circuses. They have them at the boardwalk carnivals. So I confess I don't know the difference between a carnival and a circus now. Freaky little girl with strings out of her eyes. I almost don't even want to know what she has to do with any of this because I find her so unpleasant. I don't like eyeball stuff, so cords coming out of her eyes freaks me out. I don't want to know. I'm already afraid of her, and she's just a little girl. And then this, I love this. Since the story, as we kind of noticed, was like showing the house of this guy and then his memories in the circus, I think it is brilliant that we've got this sort of metaphorical combination of his house. It's a house with like a circus tent draped over the top of it, and I think that's super cool. So coming out 2023, I know that seems so far away, but it's going to be here in no time. We can put it on our wish lists on Steam and eagerly await. I think it looks awesome, and I cannot wait for Reveil.
Coming! Gräben bin oder zurück im Haus in Berlin.
This interview is unique for me because of two factors. The first one is that I'm going to have two guests instead of one. And the second factor is that, and this is my personal opinion, and I can share my personal opinion here because this is my show and I can do whatever I want, that we'll talk about the game called Ad Infinitum, and I'm super hyped about this title. I'm following this project for some time, and I'm just happy to able to speak with Lucas and Thomas, the developers responsible for Ad Infinitum. Hi Lucas, hi Thomas, how are you?
Hello, thank you.
Hello, nice to meet you. It's a really cool opportunity to be here and talk with you.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the kind words.
So, your game is very interesting because it combines the horror of war with the, let's say, classic paranormal horror. And I'm just curious, what inspired you to do it?
Basically, we all know that horror, that basically war is one of the most horrific things that exists. And the horror of war, you can, of course, not really capture in a medium, in a game, or in a book, or whatever it might be. So all we are doing is basically we are taking this horror and we're giving it an artistic interpretation in the game. Mm-hmm. And this is very important to us because it's war is a delicate topic, and in lots of games it's portrayed as competitive, like fun gameplay, right?
Exactly. A lot of games use war as an entertainment factor. You can kill enemies, you can shoot, you can play with your friends. But there are not a lot of games that basically deal with the aspect of what is war causing with every human soul, people that are involved, soldiers, civilians, and so on, because people are basically marked for the rest of their life. Mm-hmm. And we wanted to show also that grim side of war. We think World War I has a really unique aesthetic, a really gruesome, terrible war where chemical warfare was basically invented. The whole industrialization was taking apart here, modernization of war, and humans were suddenly no longer standing face to face with swords or rifles, but basically just sitting there for hours in the trenches and becoming really traumatic by the costs of war. And that's something we found intriguing, combining that with traditional horror. I think that's a huge part for us to do a game that also deals with this topic of war, but in a different way, not in a just entertaining way, but in a kind of way showing the oppressing atmosphere of the battlefield.
And I think it goes without saying that we are an anti-war game, obviously, right? I think it's important for the people to know that we are a psychological horror game, and we are not an action game. Some people might think, because it's war-based, that you can shoot a lot and there's like action gameplay. That's not the case. It's really a psychological horror game. We have historical tools you can use. We have a historical environment combined with a mystery, like surreal things haunting you, a dreamlike atmosphere, and basically it's a constant switch between different environments. And we really want you guys to experience that dreamlike, surreal ride of a story we have.
We want basically player to question their own sanity. What is real? What is unreal? Are we still in the war? Are we back? Are we even alive? Those are questions the player should face himself with. We were hugely inspired by movies like Jacob's Ladder, but of course also books, movies dealing with the World War I, All Quiet on the Western Front, for example, The Storm of Steel. And I think what's really interesting is we offer a really unique perspective, a German perspective, something that's not often used in games, especially in regards to World War I. But after all, we think we also want to portray the gruesomeness of war as realistic as possible on the mind of a young soldier.
Now it's going to be very, very scary. I would even say creepy as fuck, because I have a great pleasure to be able to speak to Nisai Becker from Twisted 2 Studio, the developer behind the upcoming psychological horror called HELLSEED. Hi Nisai, how are you?
Hey Lucas, I'm doing great, thank you. And how are you?
I'm super excited to speak with you because I love scary games and your game is scary. But I have a little question to you because when we look at the Steam right now, we see so many walking horror simulators when you explore some locations, getting scared by jump scares, and you reveal some mystery story. And yet, looking at the positive reviews of your HELLSEED prologue, we see that your game stands out, and I'm very curious how did you do it? How did you build such great atmosphere in a game that people just love it?
I think that the prologue of HELLSEED showcases several different elements that players found intriguing. The atmosphere slowly changes and intensifies before the player, and is basically driven to make you feel like there might be a jump scare around any turn you take, which of course usually isn't the case. We put a lot of effort and dedication into the level design, sound design, and monster creation to basically develop the creepiest atmosphere that we can make. When it comes to the lore, people are simply curious to know more about the story, as it left a lot of questions and mysteries unsolved. We constantly stay in touch with our community and took every feedback or review about the prologue in a very serious way, which kinda helped us to improve it and understand pretty much exactly what our audience is looking for in the full game.
Your game took inspirations from many artists all around the world, like Lovecraft, Giger, Zdzisław Beksiński, and as a guy from Poland, I need to ask, why is Zdzisław Beksiński? What do you find so great in his art and so scary?
As a long-time horror fan, I first came across some horrific paintings of Beksiński many years ago. I couldn't help but to get extremely fascinated by his creations. The doomsday feeling can be felt throughout his paintings, and it's amazing. This memory is carried along with me all the way through the game, and eventually Beksiński ended up being a major inspiration and influence of HELLSEED. A lot of the parallel alien-like world of the game is inspired by the great work of him, Giger and Lovecraft. I wanted to create an unfamiliar world which mixes all of the art styles combined. I want to deeply thank everyone who supported the game so far, and if you didn't yet try the free prologue of HELLSEED, give it a try. I'm sure you'll like it, and I can assure you there is much better things ahead. The game is going through major improvements, and basically I think the prologue does justice to the full game. If you did enjoy the game, please add it to your wishlist. It helps us a lot. Thank you.
His broken mind leaked his fractured soul into a dark, endless labyrinth. In the eternal night, he longed for respite from the loneliness, only to realize he had never really been alone.
This dude works here? What is this? You couldn't pay me enough to do this. I'd rather smoke than check in on dead bodies. Does he work at like a mortuary? I guess what these tables are for. What is that noise? Ah! What just happened? Let's take the pill.
Hey.
Oh my god. Don't jump scare me, game. Please! Audie is not supposed to be there. But how did it get there? Oh, weird. What is that? Was that there before? This was not there before! Let's not get grabbed. Guys, did we just go into another universe? Oh, we're running low on sanity! We're running low on sanity. We gotta go locate our medication really quick. Bruh! Stop it! I'm getting harassed by tables! I think I need this. Oh god! Another earthquake? Just get in the elevator. I think this is the safest place to be during an earthquake for sure. Do you guys hear that? That's my keys. Some bitch stole my keys. Never mind. This is a terrible idea. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. What is that? Is that hands? Ah! Oh, sorry. That's just the hands.
You can have a good horror game with scary characters and terrifying story, but if you want to have a great horror game, you need also a creepy place, and we have one here. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome my next guest, Fabio from Pulsatrix Studios, and we're going to speak about their game called FOBIA Sant Dinfna Hotel. Hi Fabio, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm very interested about one thing. What inspired you to make a game that's so heavily focused on one place, when the location, the hotel, plays the main part in the story?
Yeah, since the initial ideas of our game, we wanted to focus on environment exploration. We want to focus on having a heavy tension feeling on the ambience overall. So we decided to make a small environment and a very detailed environment to try to give all this tension, all this feeling of loneliness and claustrophobic feeling to the place. So we came up with the idea for the hotel on the movie The Shining. When watching the movie, we started to think that the hotel is also a character on the movie. So we tried to do the same on the game. We tried to make the hotel a different character of the game. So we would be able to explore on the details, to have all this atmosphere. So it would be nice for us as well to work on a smaller environment, because since we are a smaller team, we don't have enough people to work on a large environments and all that kind of stuff. So this idea came up pretty well for us to just detail one place and try to take the most of it. And then we decided the idea to the camera as well came up with coming from the same point. We try to explore the hotel as most, because with the camera we can see different environments at the same place. So we can make the player having to explore the same environment twice, and then we can try to have a smaller place, have some different interactions in the same place, just using the camera feature, which expands a lot our main interest in the game, which was the environment exploration. FOBIA St. Dinfna Hotel is an indie game from a Brazilian team. We're a small studio from Brazil. It's our first game released, and we are very happy with the feedback so far. The game's going pretty decent reviews, and if you enjoy games with a lot of environment exploration, puzzles, a lot of puzzles, and some combat as well, because we don't want to feel without defense. You have guns and you can shoot monsters and kind of stuff. So it can be a nice game for you. The game's available on Steam and PS4, PS5, Xbox. So check it out. We have a demo available on Steam as well. So if you like this kind of games, I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy the game.
There might be like loot or something around here. Oh my god! Yeah, sure, that's loot.
This is disgusting. What the hell happened here?
I don't like this. I don't like this. Listen, who wouldn't want to be around you? I don't like this. Bro, I'm dead. I'm running. Can I get past you? Oh, I'm dead. I am dead. Woo! Hurry up, you bish. Mommy! Bro, that's the machine gun. Oh my god. Go, 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 go. No, he's coming. He's coming. I think I'm gonna need the machine gun. We're gonna need the machine gun. Oh, little girl! I didn't see you. Why are you blowing bubbles? Oh, fluff the ducks, man!
hysteria has spread even through the most skeptical villagers. They are talking about a demon. It hasn't shown up yet, but they can feel its presence.
Sacred blood has been spilled to open the doorway of the underworld. I am so sorry, Uncle. I'm going to fix it all. What's happening?
Now go. I must leave.
Now I have a great pleasure to have in my virtual Fearfest studio Laura from Endflame. Laura, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm really eager to see this event going on, and it will be awesome.
You're responsible for great looking game called Ikai, and I just wanted to ask you because your title is heavily influenced by Japanese folklore, and I'm just curious, why did you decide to go in this direction? What you find so interesting in Japanese folklore?
Yes, Ikai is a first-person psychological horror game that is strongly inspired by Japanese folklore, as you have just said. All of us in the team, we like to play horror games and get scared, not only with movies, which we also do, but with something more immersive like video games are, at least that's what we think. I guess like any of you here in the Fearfest, of course. And Japanese folklore has a whole world of mysteries, ferocious creatures, and fascinating ghost stories, appealing to any horror lover. It is just something that has always attracted us, a common interest between every member of the team. So not just as developers, but as players, we felt that there were so few games that had successfully brought to life such creepy J-horror tales. And that is the main reason why we decided to create our own approach, and Ikai was born there.
And how the research looked like? You were working on, you were reading about the Japanese folklore a lot, or you just had that knowledge from the start because you are just Japanese freaks or something like that?
We had some basic knowledge, but a lot of the research was done to create Ikai. Lots of hours, lots of time, research over the internet, also all Japanese books, which we had to kind of translate ourselves to something that we could understand. And it was tough work, but in the end, it was worth it, I think.
And the last thing, what the word Ikai means?
Ikai means underworld in Japanese, not only in Japanese, but also in Shinto religion, which every religion has its own word for underworld, and this is from Shinto religion. So you'll be able to play Ikai during the Fearfest, and I encourage you to do so on Steam, but you can also play it on consoles. It is out for Nintendo Switch, for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and Xbox.
Something is going on here.
Oh, yeah, this... Oh.
Hence hundreds of demons can come until someone puts an end to the mayhem. Although I don't want to.
We just... Alright, it's lighting up the way home. Oh my god!
Nervous? I can hear someone from above. I must be silent.
Oh no. Did we do it?
的样子了呢。以前你忙起来总是不好好吃饭，以后我要每天给你做大餐。这个床真的很大哎，那以后你睡左边，我睡右边，宝宝睡中间。家里的刀呢？我怎么找不到了？
I really like when developers put in their games references to their own culture. I generally believe that video games are a great place to learn about cultures from all around the world, and I don't know why, but I especially like when horror developers do it. Following to that, I have a great pleasure to welcome my next guest, Patrick, the developer responsible for the game called No Return. Hi Patrick, how are you?
Hi Lucas, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And going to the topic of this interview, your game is heavily influenced by the Chinese folklore. And can you tell me more about it? What themes, motifs from Chinese culture we'll find in your game? Of course, without making too many spoilers.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the game is indeed influenced by Chinese folklore. The story is in a way representative of a lot of families in China in the 1990s. The story is set in a Chinese-style condo with very narrow hallways and lots of households on the floor. The home is also a concept where families were beginning to make a good living for themselves and seen as an improvement from the old ways of living compared in rural area. No Return centers on a particular family story of the husband undergoing psychological traumas and flashbacks. And we don't want to spoil too much of the story here, but try to hang on to this family, but undergoes tremendous loss. Throughout the story, we blend in some folklore traditions that we still adopted by modern families, which plays a role not just in puzzle solving, but also add an immersive cultural element to the game experience. Yeah, it will be a good game, and let me tell you how the game interests the players. It's rare to have a game with background in 1990s of mainland China. The virtual world in the game is inspired by the interior of old public flats in mainland China. In the game, players not only experience what the people at that time see in the real life and the cultural context, but also explore and discover real or paranormal phenomena through the in-game story. It brings the joy, the sadness, and the psychological fear emotions. Hopefully, it also triggers instincts like self-identification, protection, curiosity, and even the color appreciation. So the game awakens the family within, having us rethink the work-life balance in today's life. And more than those things that you guys to experience in the game is that the realistic artwork as well combined with the audio, so that build up the atmosphere and the a fancy experience, like you're watching a movie, but more than a movie, it's a game. So that's why we want to make such a tentative stuff for the players as an indie studio.
Hello everyone, if you thought that Fearfest isn't weird enough, then you really need to check out the next game, and that we'll talk about with my next guest, Pablo, the developer of Eyes Over Us. Hi Pablo, how are you?
Hi, thanks for having me on the festival. Well, I wanted to talk about my game. It's inspired by the psychic experiment of the 60s, like the MK Ultra project, that sort of legends, but with a Lovecraftian spin on it. We wanted to tell a story from the point of view of a Lovecraftian being, something I think I never seen before, so I wanted to explore the possibilities with that. I think the game looks really weird. Maybe that's the first thing people see. The style was really the main focus we were trying to achieve. We were asking the question, what life or emotions look like from the perspective of a Lovecraftian being. So we were testing a few styles, and I remember the rotoscope style. That was a technique we learned from Disney animators when we were studying animation. It's the one used in the old Prince of Persia games, but this time we are using it to a not so family-friendly result. The main focus of the game is the dynamic story. The game is procedural, so everything you do affects the game. The game has a little objectives that the players will uncover through experimentation. So it's a game that has a lot to tell players through a lot of experimentation. Sometimes you are the one being experimented on, sometimes you are doing the experimentation. I think it's an interesting dialogue that I want to see the players and see how they react.
So you have a weird art style based on rotoscope. You have the Lovecraftian being that plays with people. I mean, that's very surreal. And I just wanted to ask you: you're the only one-man army working on this game, or do you have a team?
We are two people, and one person for the music. The music is also weird and experimental. We found a guy that is really inspired by the Silent Hill games. So we put a lot of focus on the music as well. And you can see how not only the music but the art reflects how the characters are feeling. So if you pay attention, the game has a lot to tell, from the visuals and the sounds. The player just need to pay attention, and you can see a lot. Well, we just want to see the players like enjoy it and go to their little horror journeys and see how they experiment with the game. This is all sort of a big experiment for us. It's a little game, but we have a big hope for it. So let's see how it goes. Add to the wish list.
Hello? Oh, I shouldn't step on the grave. That is rude. Hello? Is it a child? Do you need help? Where's your parents? Come back! Come back! There's nowhere else to go, and it's about to run out. What if I just don't look? Ah! Jesus Christ! Just run. Just run. Go, 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 go. What is this? Oh, we got a new tool. My God. Ah! Sorry. I was about to say I'm not good at playing horror games. Like, I genuinely get really scared. Like, oh God, ow, my leg is cramping. Oh my God, I can't do it. I give up. LB to run at your own risk? Bro, what do you mean run at my own risk? If you give me the option, I'm not gonna do it. Today's game is sponsored by Cardiac Arrest. It really gets the heart going. Filter. Ah! Oh, that was me who did that. Just run. I hate this game! It's blinking! It's blinking! Gotta be ready. I hear it. I hear the stupid little kid. Guys, we're screwed. We're screwed. My red is out. Okay, that's fine. That's just my gun recharging. Ah! What the actual fuck? Run! Safety is right here! It's right here! Yes! We're outside! Okay, just fucking run. I'm running. Okay, what's out here? Some trees? Oh my God, what is this? I got a flower! Ah! Is that the end of the demo? Guys, can we get some claps in the chat?
Ew, do you guys hear that? It sounds scary. Oh my god, it's so cute! Anyways, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Things are going to get worse from here out. Oh my god, everyone's so cute. It's like she's trying to tell you something. Right? Right. Yes! Ew, look at his face! Breakfast with what? She looks so cute. Look at her. Oh my god. Yes, queen. She's servant face, just like me. Twins. And this. Should have kept the door locked. Attack, dodge. Bitch, what's good? That's right. Give me that knife. Screw in the mouth. Hi, cabbage. What's the tea? Don't worry. As leader of the Chompettes, I'll make sure none of the humans know about us. Escape? What if I don't want to escape? Group looks terrified of you. As they should be. Why would they be terrified of me? I don't understand. Ew, that scared me. I know, clear skin. What's their secret? Mariah throws you to the ground, sinking the knife to your chest. Yes, Mariah, you got that hoe. You know, this didn't happen last time.
Do you know where you are? You are at the privately run emergency room, Saint Icaros. I will not lie to you. There is still a long way to go before you can go home. In the meantime, do as we say.
The doctor wants to see you.
And don't get disturbed by some of our more mentally confused cases.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You will feel a little sting. You know, you are a very lucky girl.
Hey, girl. Oh. How you doing?
It's kind of hard holding a cup like this.
Okay, well, sucks for you. Piggy!
You didn't say the magic word.
Open this fucking door right now! Go, girl, go! Get it together. And right here, run! Oh! Not through the looking glass! But how am I supposed to... What if I just... Oh no, he's like grown into the wall. Not them setting that trap right there so I can fucking die right away. Oh! Oh!
I can cure you, I can cure you! Please don't kill me!
Fatality! Katana wins! Flawless victory!
For what you really are, monster.
Ew. It's a nurse? I'm gonna kill her. That's what she deserves. What did I say? Hey girl, I'm so sorry you... Girl, you're alive. Bestie, you go.
played so many horror games and I met so many various creatures that tried to kill me, like, you know, regular stuff like vampires, big spiders, demons, zombies, etc., etc. Even that big plushy toy from Poppy Playtime. But I've never encountered an egg in horror game, and this is both weird and intriguing. I need to speak about it with my next guest. Faris, the developer responsible for the game called Egghead Gumpty. Hi Faris, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm intrigued by your game. Please tell me more why the enemy is an egg.
Me and my brother, so it's me and my brother working in this game. We were thinking about which like we wanted to make a horror game and we wanted to make a new, like a kind of a new character that people haven't seen before. We were thinking about like different creatures, different objects, but then we were like, why don't we just use an egg? You know, what's the worst an egg can do to you? Eggs just, they roll around, they get cracked, you know. So what if we take this very harmless object and we turn it into something, you know, kind of scary? And that's that's how the idea originated from. And also, when I was a kid, do you know Humpty Dumpty? I mean, I think everyone does, yeah. So I always found Humpty Dumpty a bit creepy in a way. I never found it.
Curious, yeah.
Even the idea of an egg with, like, you know, arms and legs, it's just very creepy. That's how me and my brother kind of brainstormed all of this. So for Egghead Gumpty, we also wanted to make the gameplay a bit more interesting, because all horror games you kind of just walk around and it's more scripted with all the jump scares and all that. So we wanted to try something a bit different. That's why we made the game procedurally generated. So every time you replay the game, it's going to be a different map. The enemies are going to be, you know, coming from different directions. They might be even like different variations of them. The players can play it endlessly. So if the player doesn't die, they can just keep going forever and forever, and the game just stops. And yeah, obviously there's like a story mode, and there's like another mode, which is the endless mode I'm talking to you about. We're also going to add something like the custom night mode from Five Nights at Freddy's, where you can, you know, customize how each enemy is gonna act, all the timings. We're pretty excited about it. The game we're gonna release it 2 days before Fear Fest.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So hopefully things are gonna go great, and I'm excited to see how players are gonna react.
This is so eerie! Holy crap! Why is this place so big? Oh yeah, they said 10 keys, right? 10 keys to get out. Oh! I am so lost. Let me out! Use the UV light on the monster thing, right? The problem is my bad luck. I kind of walked right into him. Oh god! Okay, so he can come out of the floor. Oh, that's creepy. Ah! Oh, I found some. Oh, shit, no. Shit, don't do that. Collect. We have 2 keys. Okay, so we got 3, 4, 5. Well, I feel like I'm definitely not gonna win, though. 6, okay. Kick the door! Let me in! I see you! Ah. Okay, this map's actually creepier. Fuck. There he is! I see you, Egg! Whoa! I don't even know if you can run. Oh, you can? Is this a bad idea? Running? Where? Oh, I got you! Ah, why are those old locked doors Oh, these random maps. They hate me. I see you! I want to win one time!
Okay, we just plugged the USB stick. 2 hours of trailers, horror games, and other stuff. Nothing cool. You're going to bed?
No, wait. I'm gonna hold on for a little more.
Okay.
I can't believe there's only interviews and trailers. I think there's something more to it. I'm gonna join you later, okay?
Okay, I'm tired. That's all. Hi, everybody. Just woke up. Yesterday was a shit show, to be honest. Today is gonna be a better day, I guess, because my plan is to go and eat something cool. Maybe take a walk around the Krakow. Me and Okay. Me and Philippa. Honey? Philippa? Hey, it's not funny. Hey, are you okay? Hey.
Everyone loves a good scare from time to time, but nothing quite beats that serotonin you get from finding a solution to a life or death scenario where a monster is seconds away from ripping you to shreds. Well, in games anyway. Get ready to have your brains picked.
Any idiot with a gun can rob a bank. Robbing a train? Now that's a real feat.
I don't like this. Let's call it off.
What the hell is happening?
Oh, don't be so surprised. I am a devil after all.
You like games, Mammon? Then how about a hand of poker?
You really think you could out-cheat me? Well, it's time to cash in those chips.
Whatever Mammon did to us in the ghost train, he hurt all of us. But you and Kestrel, you got the worst of it.
We'll track him down. We'll get back everything he took from us, and then we'll send him back to hell.
My people also have a legend about the Horned Snake. In our stories, he could take on the form of a man to seduce people and twist their minds.
You're saying that there's some kind of Hellgate station and that I can find it?
This is the way, and no other will ever be offered to you.
We fight our way to the engine, and then we face Mammon for the last time.
That's where Mamon's keeping the souls he's been collecting.
We may not be ready, but we need to take this chance.
Cutting you loose, friends.
Clive, don't do it!
We were partners once, Clive. We were brothers.
I know all too well how you treat your brothers.
I really fucked it up this time, I know. But this is me fixing it.
Fearfest is taking us to various places. We were in space, we were in haunted hotels, we were in creepy undergrounds, and now we are in Wild West, or should I say Hard West. I have a great pleasure to welcome my next guest, Grzesiek from Ice Cold Games, the studio responsible for the game called Hard West 2. Hi Grzesiek, how are you?
Hi, thanks for having me.
Personally, I really like Hard West 2. I had a pleasure to play this game, and it's amazing. I really like it. But please tell me one thing, because your game is a sequel to a previous title called, well, Hard West 1. And I'm curious, how did you approach the challenge of, well, being better, beating the previous title?
Creators of Hard West 1 left behind some pretty big shoes to fill. Fortunately, they also left behind lots of documentation, source material. We had an opportunity to look up the reviews of a very well-performing game. On one hand, it was kind of intimidating. On the other, it was a great opportunity to look at a successful project from multiple angles and make very well-informed decisions from the very get-go.
In your game, we have some very original features that I've never seen in tactical games before, like dynamic levers or bravado mechanic. Please tell me more about those.
It was very important for us to make a tactical game that feels Western. If you've seen Westerns and play tactical games, you know that they don't really go well with each other. Westerns are all about these fast shootouts, while tactical games are about hiding behind covers, waiting for an opportunity to flank the enemies or get them in your Overwatch. That's why we came up with Bravado, which is the cornerstone of our entire gameplay, and this is the mechanics that makes our game feel more aggressive compared to any other tactical game. It works like this. Each time your character takes down an enemy, they regain all their action points, and also shooting does not end your turn. Mm-hmm. So you can create, with proper planning of course, these long combos that allow you to take down multiple enemies within one turn. This was the beginning. Bravado was the mechanics that we wanted to build around. We also have luck, which is another example of how we enable the player to use Bravado more efficiently, because luck allows you to boost your chance to hit after you miss a shot or get hit. We also have ricochets. This is another example of how we want to get the gameplay from behind these covers and make it more aggressive, put it in the middle of a street, like in an actual Western. So each time there is a cover, there's a huge chance there's a ricochet object nearby, which will allow you to bypass the cover and hit with a better chance to hit. Keep in mind that enemies also can ricochet, so you definitely should not stay back, definitely should not hide. It's all about being in your face, going after them. Alright, so HELLSEED 2 was released early August. The game is out there. So if you are looking for a tactical game that will take you out of your sphere of comfort and challenge the way you play, or want to have a break and spend some time venturing a dark frontier, or have a bone to pick with the devil, just go and play HELLSEED 2. I'm pretty sure you'll have fun.
HELLSEED 2, out now.
It's getting a little cold in here, but not because of my next guest, but because of her game. Because right now I have a pleasure to speak with Alexandra from Us in Silence, the studio responsible for the game called Terror Endless Night. I know it's your is in a good reflection, while mine is in the mirror, but I you can see now. So hi Alexandra, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you for your invitation, and I'm so glad that we can speak today.
So your game is inspired by true events. It's inspired by the infamous Franklin's expedition with missing HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. And I have a very simple question at the beginning. Why? Why this event ANSI Science decided to make a game about?
Okay, so the story was very interesting from our point of perspective, not only because the horror of the crew and the expedition was very interesting, but also we knew that there were some expeditions sent after them, and actually they couldn't discover what happened. So we asked ourselves, what if one of the expedition, the rescue expedition, went missing itself? Okay, what happened? What if? So that's why we were so inspired, not only by the true event, not only by the story of the Franklin expedition, but also what happened after that. And we wanted to make a story about not only the true events, but somehow we wanted to make it from the other side.
Your game is a story-driven strategy game because you need to, manage the crew, the resources of the ship. And someone could ask me right now, okay, but why Terror is on Fearfest? And I know that the Terror also has some horror in it. So what is the fear factor here?
Well, the fear factor, whoa, that's a complex question, actually. Story itself is a very horror story because you find yourself in a very challenging situation when you have to manage the cold resources that are running out, and people are getting mad because of the situation that they are into. And the fear factor more than this is that somehow you feel like you can do nothing, and in the same time you have to do everything what you can do to save your crew and yourself. You have to ask yourself, okay, how far I want to go and what kind of decision I have to make sure that we're gonna survive. So that's the fear factor, and I don't want to make a spoiler,
of course.
but we want to put our players in a very uncomfortable position to make really tough choices and to ask themselves, okay, am I ready to make these choices, to make these decisions just to survive?
So it doesn't look at the first glance as a horror game, but there is some kind of psychological horror game
of course,
in it.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, we're very into this psychological thing, the psychological problems, I would say, because we wanted to make a kind of a realistic horror, and we want to say that not only monsters, ghosts, like some things that you can't explain can be scary. Actually, the point is that sometimes people inside, what's inside of them, are the scariest thing in the world. So I would like to invite everyone to add Terror to your wish list at Steam, because if you like to have a very good story, if you like to have an impact on everything, which is what's going on in a game. If you like to make a strategic decisions and choices, if you like to figure out how to manage people, resources, how to stay alive, how to create yourself and everyone else in a totally different circumstances that you probably knew before, that's the game for you, actually. We wanted to make a game which is a kind of a riddle, kind of a mystery to solve. We want to put you in a position when you have to think about things in a game, how they work with each other, how they cooperate with each other. If you like riddles, actually, that's the point. For sure, game for you.
We have decided to use an unusual ingredient in our specialties. As a result of the insanely high meat prices, due to sheer hunger or simply because it tastes so delicious, human flesh is highly appreciated. We do not know the reason why, and we don't really care.
But don't worry, we don't waste anything. Even their clothes are cleverly reused by Percival. They just need a little patching up, and then they are ready for sale again. At full price, of course. We are working so damn hard to do things right and earn as much money as we can.
You can describe games with words like scary, creepy, or terrifying, but in my opinion, to describe the game we are going to talk about right now, the best words are disturbing and fun. I have a great pleasure to welcome my next guest, Christian, the developer responsible for the very pretty game called Ravenous Devils. Hi Christian, how are you?
Hello everyone, nice to have you. I thank you for accepting me here and in this event. I'm really pleased to present this game to you guys if you never know about this. And if you like the Sweeney Todd, the movies and the story, you will really appreciate this game.
Yeah, I just would like to speak with you about your title because it's kind of, you can say, horror cooking simulator. I can call it sometimes, and it sounds both creepy and funny at the same time. You told already that you were inspired a little bit by Sweeney Todd, but I just need to ask you, how did you come up with this idea for such a game?
Well, after finishing our previous game, we really looked into the Steam market and what place to fill the game and what tags you use, and we found out that there were a lot of cooking games, but very few of them had this horror spin to it. So we thought. Why don't we make something that is inspired by something very famous and add some personal touches to it? So we tried to do this game. We were inspired initially by another indie game called Lemon Cake, made by Héloïse Laroche, an independent game developer. This game is cozy and cute. If you look at the screenshots, you will get the idea. We had to make the opposite of that because many of these cooking games have these cute graphics and nice characters with cartoon mood. And we went for a more realistic and violent mood with this game.
Oh yes, you did.
We didn't expect the game to get such a traction. When it launches, it got a lot of very positive reviews, and we were really happy about it because we spent 1 year and a half doing it. So we were really proud of what we did at the end. We launched the Ravenous Devils on every platform. On PC, you can find it on Steam, GOG, and Epic Games. And the demo is free on Epic and Steam. The price tag is $4.99, €3.99 because on Steam there's the exchange. And you can find it also on all consoles: Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4 and 5, and Xbox Series X and the Xbox One.
This is cute. We're running out of meat fast. Ooh, we're gonna make some recipes. We're gonna steal some clothing. All right, we got to have, we're making meat pies, baby. Flour and minced meat to make a delicious meat pie. I can already smell it cooking. He's going in. He's going in. Time to die. Woo. All right, that's what we're doing here. We're cooking meat. Clean up, everybody do your share. Did you hear him? He's like, there's blood everywhere. The meat pies are looking golden brown. Time to take them out. Delicious. Let's grab this poor wretch. Sooner or later, I'm going to end up breaking my back. Down the hatchet. Mildred, or Hildred, whatever your name is. Come on, Hildred. I got some cooking to do. Into the meat grinder you go. Time to die, bitch. Ooh. Oh, wait, you have a meal on your platter, or did I just put it down? Where is it? Where's my meat? And another one. And another one. Bye! Let's take one of the ingredients. There we go. No, get your pies! Get your meat pies. Come on. Oh my god, I love it.
We are not slowing down, quite opposite, in fact we are increasing the pace. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome my next guest, Christian from 16-Bit Nights. Christian, hi, how are you?
Hi. Well, I'm pretty excited. Also, I would like to thank you for inviting me. And I'm just fine.
As a big Lovecraft fan, I'm super happy to speak with you about your game called Chromosome Evil, because Chromosome Evil is a strategy, RTS, horror, Lovecraftian game, the combination that just sounds amazing. And I wanted to ask you, how did you come up with such idea? I mean, with such combination, horror and strategy?
I'm a bit ashamed to admit it, but the thing that drove me into this concept was the fact me being selfish. I wanted to make a game that I want to actually play. I mean, not to make people happy and all this, but that I want to play. And mainly, I love old movies, old horror movies, all these goldies. And I also love XCOM and all those strategy games, but I want something in real time. So I did this mix of all my childhood things that I loved. When we already released, we had in plan 3 DLCs, and since the release went so good, the first DLC, we released it for free. We also had the milestone for the second DLC, we also released that one, and maybe we'll also release the third DLC. But the most important achievement from our perspective, because I'm not alone in this team, I also have my partner, Sergei Dovkanovsky. The biggest achievement is the fact that we were able to go indie game developer full-time after this release. So the results were exactly what we wanted. And so next, I think we will either make another DLC for the game, if sales keep getting good, or we will start work on another project. I'm still not sure. We need to decide next month. There are other people, I mean, surely I'm not unique, so surely there are other people that like this type of game, of mix of real-time strategy with horror. And if there are more like me, you are welcome to come and try. But if you are not into strategy, I don't want to waste your time.
You're very self-aware of your game, what it is, right?
Exactly. I don't plan on getting rich. I just want to have fun playing the game and hope that maybe, and just maybe, there are some other people like me that can enjoy it as well as I.
Under old forgotten town, ancient evil woke deep down. Demons, beasts, now you must fight. Play your cards to prove your might. Go alone, with a friend or two. Choose together what you'll do. Shape the history sung by Bard. Wishlist now, the game Hellcard.
I simply love games with unique art styles, and this is the case here because the next game we are going to speak about is called Hellcard, and it is a spin-off to one of my favorite Polish games called Book of Demons. And you can imagine that I am very happy to speak with Konstanty, one of its creators, who will tell me more about his title. Hi, Konstanty, how are you?
I'm great, mostly because I can be here talking to you. So yeah, ask away.
The first question is very simple. Why? Why did you decide to make games that look like some kind of, pop-up books or paper dioramas?
That's actually quite a long and fascinating story, because the initial idea was to create a series of games that would recapture the essence of gaming in the 90s, the golden era of gaming. So basically, when every genre was fresh, each game set new standards, and everything was magical, and gamers were experiencing new things pretty much with each new game. So in order to do this well, we wanted to have a visual framework that would be somehow abstract from the game itself, since we want every game in our series to be a tribute to a different genre and mechanic. So we needed something abstract, something that would kickstart the imagination and would allow us to present widely different visuals, from grimdark fantasy of Book of Demons, which was and is still a tribute to hack and slash genre in general, and through Book of Aliens, high-tech sci-fi setting with everything in between. So yeah, and we experimented with a lot of styles. We started with paper, then we tried, we even tried macaroni art. So basically, where you take noodles and stick them together, we glue them together to create, and we wanted to animate this frame by frame. We experimented with clay animation, so basically clay figurines that you animate the frame by frame. We circled back to paper and decided that there is something magical that most of us had contact with pop-up books back when we were kids. So this works in the favor of what we are trying to do, just recapturing the magic, and pop-up books are awesome. So I have some pretty amazing pop-up books at my office, because we did a lot of research. You actually can see some of paper stuff behind me, and there is a lot of paper art around me and hanging on the ceiling and so on. Wish you could see it. So yeah, that's how we ended up with this very symbolic paper representation with only just a hint of colors and textures. This way players' imagination can work wonders, and just fill the gaps and project themselves into the game better. Back when we published Book of Demons, which used cards as a way to streamline inventory and skills, many players asked us if we could include actual deck building in the game, and it was something that it was an itch we couldn't we couldn't scratch. So we experimented with it, and we came up with Hellcard, which is a sequel to Book of Demons in a way. However, it features vastly different mechanics, because it's a cooperative multiplayer with single player as well, roguelike deck builder, and where players team up and combat monsters on a special arena during simultaneous turns. Yeah, and we just fastly put together a demo, more like a pre-alpha tech prototype, and just published it with our Book of Demons community playtesting it, and it was vastly popular again. So we decided to just try and create a game, and here we are. So if you are into roguelikes, deck building, and have friends, or just prefer to go lone wolf way, just check out Hellcard. The demo is available now.
Wishlist now. The game Hellcard.
seatbelts because we're about to take you into space. A cold, dark, and downright creepy place where no one can hear you scream. And it leaves the question, are we really alone? Who knows?
Officer Taylor, Medlog 29. Today, I can't believe what I saw.
Solis, everything okay in there?
Something's going on here. And I need to find out what it is.
Now we are going into space on a journey among stars, and because this is Fearfest, I think you already guessed that this is going to be a little bit dark and grim trip, but thankfully I have a companion with me. Please welcome James from Fallen Leaf Studio, the studio responsible for the great looking upcoming game called Solis. Hi James, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Your game is, like I said, it's set in space, and it's not quasi-horror game, it's more of a thriller, psychological game that is heavily focused on story, on psychological aspects. I heard that this game is going to be made in Master Shot, without any cuts, like a God of War game, and I think this is a very challenging thing. Why did you decide to make this game in this style, and what was the biggest challenge?
So we have difficulties with technical challenges when we decided to do this, but we really felt that it encompassed, the immersion of the experience. We talk about thriller, we talk about, the performances of characters like, Troy Baker, Roger Clark. We wanted to capture those moments and the emotion of those moments in the scene. By doing that, we wanted to stay with one shot. We'd seen it done in bigger games before, so we thought, why not try it ourselves? I don't think the team were too impressed when I decided that was the way we wanted to go. But we have done it now, we have nailed it. So at this point, we're doing one master shot the whole game. That was the real reason. We wanted to just double down on that immersion and that experience that we were going to give to our audience. You always have to say to yourself, okay, but this scene needs to play into the next scene because we can't cut away. Mm-hmm. And then where do you put the camera to help with the gameplay? It is a big challenge, but like I said, I think it's a decision because when you play the game, you can play an hour, 2 hours, however long you're playing a session for. You don't realize how long you've been playing because it's so immersive. So I think we're getting closer to that. We still have a long way to go until next year when we release, but yeah, I think it's a really cool feature for us.
I guess that you got this question a lot, but I just need to ask you about it. Yeah, like you mentioned, you work with Troy Baker and Roger Clark. The cast is great, and how the work with such personalities look like?
Actually, it's really a humbling experience. It's really a kind of a privilege to work with people like that who can bring so much to your material, because when you write a character or you create a scene, something as simple as just an argument, there's a lot of different ways that can be shot. There's a lot of different ways, such things as body language, can come across, and they bring a lot to that. Troy has been fantastic with us in helping develop the scenes. Roger as well, who has a bit of a harder job because he's obviously a playable character Jack, so he's a bit of a protagonist as well. So it's been absolutely an incredible experience to work with both of those. And Julia has really shined in her role as well, coming on to deliver a bit of a different kind of character to Jack and Troy. So it's been really great, and actually it's a real experience. But ultimately, I think all three of them coming together as a core cast really makes our experience, a great one, I think. Add us to your wish list. It would be great to see people's response to the game, what they think of the story, what they like, didn't like. You know, story's very personal. I would love for somebody to tell me the story wasn't to their liking, whilst others loved it. You know, that's the kind of balance you want with a story, because at least then people care enough to have an opinion. Wishlist us. You know, come and join a roller coaster narrative experience. And I think, you know, if you're into movies like The Thing, Alien, you know, the first one, you're going to love Fort Solis. And I think we have a lot to show you over the coming months, which we hope to do. And I can't wait to share more with you.
Something's going on here. And I need to find out what it is.
All right, so right now we're going to be watching the gameplay trailer for Negative Atmosphere, and let's check it out. Okay, high tech. Happens in the future, I guess. I have no idea what this game's about, by the way. Looks like there's guns. This is giving me like Dead Space vibes or something. Oh yeah. The graphics are nice, I'll tell you that. Is this in space? There's so many good space horror games. There's so many, I love it. Keep them coming. Okay, so in space, but it's a horror game. Oh, there it is. There's the horror. Yeah, it's definitely giving me those vibes.
Before something else breaks.
I want to see what the creatures, what you fight looks like. You've got to have to fight something, right? So far, it looks really spooky, though.
That's good.
No guns, just punch! Just punch, that's it!
Detected. Please evacuate sector and inform maintenance personnel.
Do I get to wear the suit? I'll wear the suit. I want to punch things. I want to wear that and like mega punch them into the wall. I'm down. It's Tony Stark! I like that thing. That thing's kind of cool. I don't know how you fight with that on your wrist, but... Toxic environment. Oh my goodness. I hate when you run out of air. It freaks me out. No, there's an oxygen meter. Oh dear. I can't stand oxygen meters. It ups my heart rate. I'm already scared enough playing video games. I don't need it. Oh my god, the oxygen! What's happening? Oh my gosh, did you see it? It said run, 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 run. In the little letters. They're gasping! Oh my lord! Okay! I don't like their long limbs. I don't like their long limbs. So that was Negative Atmosphere.
They always tell me to stay positive, but now I'm going to go in the different direction because we're going to speak about the game called Negative Atmosphere. And now when I'm thinking about it, it's so stupid and lame joke that I will probably lose my job. Anyway, I'm super happy to be able to speak to Calvin from Sunscorched Studios. Hi Calvin, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
So your game is set in space, and I'm very curious your opinion about one thing. What makes space, cosmos, so great setting for all horror stories?
So I would say space is a fantastic place to tell scary stories. In space, there's just limitless dead void, which will kill you in minutes if you don't have the right equipment. So obviously this confines all the characters to a single space, and they can't leave it, which forces situations which you could otherwise avoid by basically just running away. You know, oh, building's on fire, I'm going to run away.
Mm-hmm.
In space, you can't run away from your ship because you'll just suffocate. It gets scarier because the distances in space are so massive, millions upon trillions of kilometers. So because you're only probably maximum 2-3 meters, your ship might be 2 kilometers long. It's still nothing compared to 100 trillion miles when you're dealing with fast and light distances. So you're already going to feel tiny and insignificant. And obviously it's terrifying being that small and that insignificant. And when you have to travel such large spaces, you have to bring all your supplies with you, all of your food, all of your water, all of your resources and things to repair things. And often, if you're traveling a long period of time, it takes 2 years, 1 year to get to Mars and 1 year to get back, for example. You're going to result in a thing called resource scarcity. So your characters are always going to be poorly equipped, barely equipped for the job. You're probably not going to have guns, because why would you need a gun? And with everything on the ship designed for efficiency, the space is very fragile, which basically results in the environment being just as dangerous, or perhaps the most dangerous thing. Doors will crush you, pipes will explode, electronic things will spark, because they're not meant to be stabbed, shot, or splattered with blood. So when the ship itself is so fragile and falling apart, and it feels alive like its own character, you literally can't trust the floor you're standing on, because it might just fall through, give way, and kill you. That results in everything being terrifying and scary, because you just simply can't trust anything. And all those factors combined together is just like the perfect recipe for making a setting that's scary.
And I understand that we'll find a lot of this in your game, Negative Atmosphere. Tell me more about how you build that atmosphere of loneliness and isolation.
Absolutely. So I will just to add a bit onto the previous question, I'll say that the ship that the game's set on, the TRH Rozanov, is a 2 kilometer long ship. It's way past its use by date. It's like 50 plus years old. So everything on it was already falling apart. Now it really falling apart. So trusting that environment is something that we really do want to make the player feel scared about, and that really helps us drive home the constant threat, especially when you mix it in with all the 3D audio systems that we're using. So we actually use a system for the game which is modified from a VR audio system. So the game's not VR, but using VR audio basically means that we can have 3D positional audio. You can hear if an enemy's above you or below you or by the sides, or when they're in the vents, they're more muffled than they are when they're actually in the corridor. So by using this sound design, you know something's here. You know, something's there. And the scariest thing I always find is something you can't see but you can hear, because your imagination runs wild. So knowing that they're actually in the vents, but you cannot see them, you have to walk down this really long stretch of corridor and you only really see the end, but you can't actually see anything else. That's terrifying, because you've got to traverse a space in which you basically know something's out to get you, but you don't know what it is, where it is, you just know that it's close. And we use a lot of techniques and devices from film to build an atmosphere as well of loneliness and constant threat. So a great example is, you want to say that somebody's lonely. Well, prove to the player or the person watching that they're the only person there. This is a third-person game, so for the entire duration of the game, Edwards, the protagonist, he's constantly in view, and often he's the only, and I will make this a very important distinction, the only living human on screen. A few large spaces in the ship are very empty, and that's basically a smaller scale thing of the previous question, where it's a massive empty room. It should be full of people, but it just isn't, like a cafeteria or a hub space where things are being transferred. And then we do the complete opposite of that almost immediately after, where it's a claustrophobic, dark, crushing corridor that's winding and bending. So when you mix these really long, winding, bending corridors with large open spaces, you go, this is horrifying, this is horrifying, because it goes, I'm crushed in, I can't see anything, I can see everything, and I don't like what I see. So it's a mix of those things. But add in ambient and sound design, which you may be able to see if you watch our Save and Sound showcase. We did an audio breakdown where we showcased how we did all that sound design, and mix that with dynamic music, which kinds of changes depending on what you see, and you get a very convincing system, because you're constantly being oppressed on the visual front, the actual navigation front, and on the sound design front, and you just basically, it doesn't let up, and that is what's so scary and constant and terrifying, but also makes you feel so alone, because it's all aimed at you, no one else. If you can go on Steam and search Negative Atmosphere, add us to your wish list. That's really important, as it's great for visibility. You can also join our Discord and see all of our social media channels. And I will say one final thing as well. Obviously, with the way that the game has been developed, and we are still developing it, there's no set release date yet. But when there is a release date, when we know it's coming out, we'll be sure to let you know.
Welcome aboard the LCB-1 Mining and Research Station, and congratulations on being selected to join the security and scouting team in this state-of-the-art underwater high-security facility. Expect a lot more scouting than security, but let me be clear, it is your job to keep the eggheads and gearheads safe. As I was saying, exploration and mapping of the underground tunnel network is a primary objective, and the corporation's been kind enough to provide some nifty high-tech mapping and exploration tools. The grappling hook is your best friend. It'll help you traverse gaps, scale cliffs, and descend safely into caverns. You'll also be provided with C4 to open new paths, but be careful. We don't need any more incidents. The other objective is ensuring the upper-level mining operations are running smoothly, which brings us back to the gearheads. The engineering personnel operate all the heavy equipment and machinery. Drills, transports, cargo lifts, you name it. Leave that stuff to the engineers. That gear can be very dangerous. But make no mistake, you are in charge. Those gearheads can't even lift a pencil without your permission. The corporation also has a few special missions available if you want to make some extra cash. Some you can tackle on your own, others will require a full team. Either way, expect them to be tough jobs. And yes, the corporation has armed us to the teeth, but it's mostly for show. No doubt you're going to hear a bunch of spooky rumors about the lower-level research facility from grunts who haven't seen the light of day in months. Don't get paranoid. If you keep your head down and do your job, you'll be just fine.
LCB-1? Come in, LCB-1. LCB-1, this is surface control. Please come in.
Welcome, Scout. So you got to the base in one piece. Good. I'd say I hope y'all find it adequate, but I won't. After all, it's your job to expand it. But don't forget, Scout, what you're really here for. The lumen. When you see a rock that's glowing, drill. Drill! And drill some more. When in doubt, Scout, drill the hell out of lumen. And yes, the monsters, there are some. Shoot them. Blow them up. You know the drill, Scout. Good luck, son. Over and out.
The cool thing about Fearfest is that you never know what is going to happen. 2 hours ago I was recording the interview about the game that is set in space. And now I'm going to talk about the game that is set underground. I'm super happy to have in my virtual studio Leszek from 2 Dynamic Games. Hey Leszek, how are you?
I'm fine, pleasure to be here.
Your game, like I said, is set underground, and I have a very simple question at the start. Why? Why did you decide to go with that setting? What inspired you?
We wanted to keep a setting similar to the Darkwood, if you know the game. So we tried to make it a little bit dark, but to change things up, we wanted to go underground. And this is mostly because of our custom technology, where terrain is completely destructible, and where else to show it off than underground, where we can just start the player with full terrain that is not destroyed and let him do so. So Lumencraft is a action shooter with tower defense and base building. So it's a custom mix. There's no really game similar to that one. And yeah, that's basically the unique part. And we made a custom technology for the game. Like pretty much all that is in the game is custom made. Okay, Lumencraft is in early access. This is a game we made from scratch with custom technology made in Godot engine. That's a relatively unique thing. In the game you build your base, prepare turrets, defend defenses because you will get attacked. The main objective of the game is to collect lumen crystal. That is a high energy resource that is needed for people to survive underground. And you can create your own map. We have a custom made editor for the game. So our community is building. How many maps do we have? 125 maps since we started 2 months ago or something. Yeah, so people like to create their own maps, and we are working on a procedural generation right now. So in order to increase replayability and then create something unique each time, then we are making procedural generation. So if you like, protect your reactor and join our game.
You, what have you done?
Where are you taking me?
You came here yourself, so what are you expecting, huh?
You've set up a field camp down there.
Yes.
So I didn't expect you to have a second one here.
Really? Sit here and don't you dare move. What are you doing here?
You're not gonna like this part. The radiation level is growing rapidly. It's starting to get interesting.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Doctor.
I located the mobile antimatter cannon.
Another one? How many of those did they... Is it active?
Dead.
I admire your composure.
Wait, someone's here. Astrogator, they're dead.
So you found someone. Fortunately, such unpleasant discoveries are indispensable to the mission.
I didn't let that thought get to me. I was counting on this meeting very much. At worst, it could have been another abandoned place, but not this.
But what exactly?
That's a good question. I'm getting into the recorder. What do we have here? They made their way through with a beam of antimatter.
How subtle. Did you locate this passage?
I'm looking at it now. They pierced a hole several meters in diameter and several dozen meters long. Yes. My head feels like it's bursting from pressure.
Can you continue?
Yes. I'm better now. Actually, there's nothing here that I haven't seen before. There are a lot of metal bushes that were near our camp. The lower parts of the bushes are, how to put it, fruitless.
So they came to pick the fruits.
This robot looks like it has started its task and got stuck.
What task?
This is one of the robots carrying containers with research material. It took the container, but never left that place.
Why do you think it's stuck?
Well, it goes in circles using the same path. The robot's gone.
You must have broken his loop.
But I didn't.
No, he must have done something. Never mind. Follow it.
Fuck! It's getting up!
What, a robot?
No! Antimat!
Come on, Yasna. Run! Hide! Yasna, are you alive?
Yes, it's fucked up the robot.
What's it doing now?
Oh no! Take care of our people, Novik.
Okay, guys, things just got stranger. Philippa was up all night watching the broadcast, a video game broadcast. She was in some kind of trance.
Okay, it wasn't a trance exactly, okay? Like, I was conscious that before you touched me, I couldn't stop watching it. Like, for real. And since you did, I just... like, my nose bleeded like, I don't know, 5 times. I have headaches. I feel like my body's gonna explode. And this is silly, okay? You wanna believe me? I don't believe myself, but I feel like it's all because I want to buy all these games that were on that broadcast. Like, there were 80 of them. And then I opened Steam and I was like, I want to buy every each, and I feel like all that is happening to me is because I am not buying them. I know this sounds crazy, I know it's sick, but for real, you know?
Okay. Wait.
What?
There was this video game company from Krakow.
Yeah, there was a logo on the beginning.
Fear something. Feardemic? Should we check them?
What else do we have to do?
Okay, let's go. Okay.
Come on, he's the CEO of a game-making company. Do you think he'll have time?
Sure, I just told him we're having an interviews. Yeah, not a problem.
Welcome to my office. Please enter of your own accord and bring some joy and happiness that you may leave some behind.
How does it feel to be a CEO of a gaming company?
That's a very original question, and actually I enjoy it very much, especially when people call me sir.
How about this broadcast, the haunted broadcast? How do you feel about that?
Is that what this is going to be about? My people explicitly told you not to mention that. I am a proud man. I have made thousands and thousands of CD-ROMs. I have stared into my reflection into a DVD, and I've seen the future. I've distributed code to all corners of the darkest parts of Asia. Doom Guy, is he not the greatest warrior of all times? His blood flows through these veins. I am the last of my kind. The last of my kind. We shall not do this. Turn that camera off.
No, please play. I've seen that broadcast, okay? And I'm sick of the nosebleeds, I'm sick of the headaches, and I really can't afford all those games or I will go bankrupt. Please help me, you're my last hope.
Turn that camera off. Okay, we can do this, but you have to listen to everything I say.
Slow burner horror stories can be great, but sometimes you just want to get straight into the action and start fighting for your life. And that is why we love action horror.
Now let's have some blood, sweat and good old pew pew, because we are going to speak about a bullet hell game, and I have a pleasure to welcome my next guest, Milo, the developer responsible for the game called Her Name Was Fire. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
Tell me please, why in your opinion bullet hell genre is so popular lately, and how do you want to stand out above the competition?
Yeah, about bullet hell games, yeah, they have gained a lot of popularity recently, especially I think I would say more the subgenre of bullet heaven games, which is where you are actually like the source of the bullets that are on screen. I'm not really sure exactly why the popularity is rising up so much right now, but I believe it's something that has always existed a bit. If you look at like the 1980s with all the zombie movies, and I think in those movies you can really see like people really enjoy situations in which you barely escape with your life, and I think bullet hell games really respond to that human feeling that we have. Her Name Was Fire shares some similarities with some of the heavy hitters in the genre right now, like Vampire Survivors, for example. But I would say that we are making the game a bit more hardcore in terms of controls and gameplay. We've received feedback that it's a bit more difficult than those games, and that's actually something that we are aiming for. We really enjoy that feeling of, as I said before, of barely escaping with your life. And I think that's one of the main differentiators. And the other one is also we pay a lot of attention to the atmosphere and the mood of the game. So, for example, we use a lot of contrasting colors in the game. Like you have this very bright red and bright blue, and also the dark synth music that accompanies the whole gameplay, I think ties in a whole mood that really makes the game shine. Her Name Was Fire is a tarot-themed action roguelike that I've been developing for the last 2 months. The game is quite hard, but it's really fun to play. We see people that are enjoying it a lot. The whole roguelite aspect of the game is embedded inside the cards that you unlock after reaching every level, and we feel that every card really feels really heavy and really impacts gameplay. So yeah, try it out. It's really fun, and we hope you enjoy it.
I won't make any long introductions this time because I want to immediately start to talk about the game of my next guest. The game is called Spore, and the idea behind it is just freaking amazing. So let's get to my next guest, the creator of this game, Edward. Hi Edward, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Like I said, I'm super excited because when I found out about your game and I took a look at what it is, it was like the idea is so simple. You play as a guy who fights the constantly growing tentacle monster, but there's something brilliant in its simplicity. So please tell me, how did you come up with such idea?
Yeah, well, thank you for that. It actually came from a game jam. It was a game jam that I did where the theme was chaos, and it had me thinking about chaos theory and like creating images from geometrical patterns. And I've had this idea of creating this kind of branching pattern, and then I wanted to, add gameplay to that. So I thought, okay, well, what happens if you slice one of these branches off? It could, destroy the rest of the branch, and that was kind of like the core idea that everything started to build on top of. So I started creating this kind of retro shooter, like very abstract graphics, very simple, just these branching patterns that you could slice off. But then as I kind of developed it further and further, I started to make those patterns look kind of smoother and more organic. And then eventually I just thought, well, this thing looks like a monster. Why don't I just make a monster game, Because I've always been a huge fan of 80s monster movies, and I've always wanted to work on a horror game. It evolved basically, and then eventually, I started to work on, adding this theme and this idea of you being inside this lab with this experiment that's basically gone wrong, and you're just trying to get the heck out of there, escape as quickly as possible as you're fighting through this constantly growing mass.
It's a very good example that game jams are just amazing places when you never know what will come up to you then.
Definitely, yeah, you really don't. And honestly, this game has grown out of control because it was just something very small and simple to begin with, but it's really evolved over time. I'm looking forward to finishing it for sure. At the moment, the stage the game is at, it's quite action-based and quite frenetic, which you can kind of see in the trailer. But what I'm adding at the moment is a lot more interaction into the game in terms of the environment. So, you're just a simple scientist, you're not like Rambo or something. So I want you to be able to, use your brains to kind of form an escape plan and use the environment to your advantage. So, there's going to be all kinds of computers and tools in the lab that you can use to either build weaponry or, create tools that you can use to your advantage, try and set the creature on fire or try and, turn the cooling down in the lab to super cold so the thing grows slower. Also manipulate objects in the environment. The creature is trying to eat something, so you want to, move that away in case it, eats it and then transforms. So all kinds of interactions really is sort of what I'm working at the moment to make it so that, it isn't actually just shooting. There's a lot more to it as well. And you've really got to use your brains rather than just your brawn, to survive and get out of there.
Oh, there is a thing there. Oh, there is a big boy. What are you? What are you? Oh, what are you? Woo! No! No! Alright. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's another one. Hello. Woo! Oh! No! Woo! Oh my gosh. Alright, can we go in here now? Nope. Oh, I don't like that it takes the gun away. Okay, let's do it again. Creepy boy in a wheelchair. Whoa! Oh! 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 Get off me! Get off me! Ah! Woo! Oh my gosh! I knew that was there, but I forgot about it.
How wonderful to have you here. Confused, are we? Did you expect bountiful fields and hunting grounds? Befuddled by the view of our study halls? Suffice it to say, cultures end, ages go by, but the afterlife is never what the newcomers expect it to be. Do not fret, though, for it is a time of revelry. You are a marvelous sight. 300 years have we studied so that this moment would finally come. You are the first of your kind to visit this place. Every man and woman who walked the earth since the day of the first contact can be found here. And yet, you are unique, a true harbinger of change. You, my dear fellow, are still alive. Soon, more people like you will follow, and this realm will alter, reform forever. That old crone was right after all, the living and the perished coexisting. What a gripping thought. Oh, and one last thing before you go. Forget about high heavens and purgatory. There's only one destination after the dance macabre. Welcome to hell, my dear friend. Welcome to Selenwald. Rejoice. Wonders will never cease. What a time to be alive, isn't it?
Wait, so what do I do now? Wait, hold T to start? No, I don't want to start. There's no... Oh, you can jump. Oh, shit, fuck. No, 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 no. No. I'm too good. Sorry, what? Oh, shit. Hi, Hal. Fancy seeing you here. You bitch. I give up. Why? Let's go! With a baseball on my hat.
Today, when we have all those great games with unique, extraordinary, amazing art style, it's very hard to find titles that give you that, you know, that wow effect. But guys, trust me, when I first saw Mortal Sin, it was wow. And that's why I'm super excited to speak with Nicola, the developer of Mortal Sin. How are you?
Hi Lucas, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
The pleasure is mine. So let's talk about Mortal Sin. The game just looks amazing. It has something unique in this art style. And how do you call this art style, and how did you come up with it?
So basically the art is kind of a mix of a lot of different influences I've had. You know, a lot of it is graphic novels, especially one in particular, which I think people recognize as Berserk. So that's a huge influence on me. And then also, you know, my love for music. So there's a lot of metal album covers and album covers which feature like a very monochromatic art style. It's usually like red and black or something like that. And so my whole idea was kind of looking at these things and wondering, you know, instead of having this just be the promo and then, you know, let's say the movie or you know, whatever it is something completely different, what if that literally is the style that, you know, you have in the game? So I kind of worked off that. I used some album covers as inspiration. And then I also added my own touch with some extra colors and whatnot, because it is also a game at the end of the day, and I want it to be readable. I want it to be functional. So that's where the blue came from, for example. It's not just red and black. It's got blue for the characters and then some other colors sprinkled in there because I want it to be readable as an action game as well. The game, it doesn't really have a classic story you would find in some games where A happens, then B happens, then C happens. I want the player to kind of experience a certain feeling. That's my main objective. And so the whole kind of premise of the game is you're fighting your own inner demons, both literally and kind of figuratively as well. So the character never knows. The player is a blank slate, basically. You put onto it whatever comes from yourself. And I want people to feel that struggle, of dying over and over again, learning, improving, and then overcoming their demons, their obstacles in front of them. And this is kind of enforced by, there's like a god creature in the game that's kind of speaking to you every time you die, and it'll kind of, try to almost like reveal something about yourself. And then it's very personal, but I want people to interpret it, in a way. It's going to affect everybody differently, essentially. So I don't want to, put my own impression of, exactly what the story is, but I want people to feel that they're struggling to overcome something, that they're battling their own inner demons, and eventually they might find that they're, one with the voice that's been speaking to them. So it's a very personal thing, that kind of manifests in this external, gory, flashy combat and all that. But that's the premise of it. It's internal struggle and resolve in the face of adversity. So I want people to play the game with an open mind. It's something I put a lot of time and passion into. One thing that frustrates me about a lot of games these days is they prioritize things that aren't the direct player experience. And that's something I put a lot of effort into my game. You start my game, you will be in there killing monsters in less than 30 seconds. There's no long drawn-out tutorial, no cutscenes or anything like that. So that's something I put a lot of effort into to make it very streamlined and easy to pick up. And then I would say, be patient with the game, delve into it, really immerse yourself, and you will be rewarded in more ways than you might realize, because the game, it's constantly expanding the more you play it. So, each time you die, you might unlock something that will affect future runs. Like all of a sudden, maybe you have secret portals that are going to be in the next, runs you do. So with that, and on top of just the fact that all the levels are completely randomized, each run will feel unique. So I just encourage people, persist, keep trying. You'll be rewarded for it. The game will keep opening up. You'll get better at it, and it's just going to be a better and better experience.
Brutality, you fuck. So don't. I wouldn't recommend it. Dismembered. That was incredibly satisfying, and I enjoyed that a lot. Oh my god. I was killed by a mummy. Wow. Level 1. Oh my god. Not my best. Where's your head at? Huh? You are very quick. You're fast for someone with no head. This is the perfect opportunity to break out the big guns. Ooh, it increases my speed and its attack is 34. Yeah, bitch. Give me that. This is very strange. Whoa, what did I do? Oh, I did something bad. Oh, this was a bad. No. Oh, fuck off. Oh my god. Get dismembered. I'm digging the axes here. What is this? Yes! Oh, I have gauntlets now! Oh, amazing. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What are you guys doing out here? Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. All right. How dare you punish him for being a big beefcake? Huh? That's anti-beefcake, and I don't agree with that sentiment.
drives off in her obviously green car. Black and white man. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's up to no good. Uh-oh. Well, that's interesting. That came out of nowhere. Let me go ahead and touch some live wires. I found a fuse, y'all. I'm gonna stuff it up here. Okay, fuse. Oh, okay, right here. Boom. Best of the game. 5. The Triforce. Best of the game. Best of the game. Not you. What is that guy doing? Uh-oh. Oh, he solved my puzzle for me. Is that bad? How do I stop it? Oh. Oh, that was bad. That was bad, yeah. Try again.
As human beings, survival instincts have always been a part of our DNA. Sure, we might not need them as much as our ancestors did back in the day, but what about when a horror game gives you no choice but to tap into them?
Okay, here you go. Looks good to me. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, shit.
My next guest will take us on a journey that is fascinating, intriguing, but also dangerous as we are entering the hostile territory. Please welcome Tomasz from Creepy Java, the studio responsible for the game called Green Hell. Hi Tomasz, how are you?
Hi Łukasz. Hello guys. I'm fine.
So let's speak about the game because if I remember correctly, Green Hell has been launched in 2019 or something like that, even before the pandemic, so it was some time ago, but it's still so popular today, and I'm curious, how do you think, why? What makes this game so lovable among so many players?
I think it's realism. There are many survival games at market, but we've got our original concept for it, which is realistic hardcore survival simulator. So Green Hell got dozens of small survival mechanics, such as eating diverse meals and finding fresh water. It could be hard at the beginning, but as you gain experience living in Amazonian jungle, everything becomes easier. Main source of clean water could be rain, so you can collect it by putting coconut balls on the ground. And you can replicate that example for other mechanics as well. Although you depend only on yourself in the most dangerous and undiscovered place on Earth, where everything can kill you or make you insane, yet in most cases it's your fault. You depend only on yourself unless you decide to play co-op. Then you can play alone with up to 3 players.
And I understand that you're constantly supporting the game, but next DLCs, next patches, and we have one right now called Animal Husbandry. Please tell me more about it.
So I know we're on Fearfest, but a few weeks ago we've released, I guess, splashy content update in Steam, which is, as you said, Animal Husbandry. It adds a few new things to the game, and it all sums up to one precious sentence. Finally, you can pet the capybara. And not only the capybara, tapir, and peccari, but you can own the beehive. I wouldn't recommend petting bees though. And we're planning to release 2 more content updates this year. Third part of Spirits of Amazonia for PlayStation and Xbox players, and building update for PC players. Thank you, Łukasz, for inviting me here. Stay sane and happy Fieldfest, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Baby's first
It was hard. Wow.
Are
you okay?
I got fucked up. Oh my god.
How did you die?
So there's like cheetahs and shit in the forest. Who would have known?
Oh.
Dun 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 dun. I'm gonna die.
It's just chilling there.
I'm dead.
I got -12 sanity from a worm.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that I just died from. You need to cut it out your arm. I'm running across this log just to see both of you. Us.
I need
Hope the screen has been good. I have a spider on me! I have a spider on me!
Oh!
Kill it.
Ants? Oh no, mushrooms that are green.
Oh, no. I gotta fuck up this pig. Come back. Come back. Fight me.
Oh, we can save the game now.
Anyone tried the human meat soup yet? There's a human meat soup.
Ow!
Banana. Banana.
There's like animals and stuff out there. What the fuck? In the jungle? Who would have known? We run towards it. The sunlight's coming up, and I feel myself brand new. Animal bones. Let me go kill an animal. I saw some capybaras. I can't see any fishes here.
It's a bit dark.
Oh, you got a fish! Why is it always me?
Funny, innit?
Funny, innit? It's funny, innit? There he is. Look, there he is, the little bitch. Come on, fight me like a... What? What? Oh, no! Not again! Not again! Oh, guys, don't come out here. It's ridiculous.
Peggy 18.
En marana dominos navakranatus.
Fools rush in. You know this expression, Igor?
I'm looking for someone. Perhaps you've heard her name. Tatiana Amelieva. She used to work at the power plant. She went missing 30 years ago. Tanya, and... Good God.
Dig deeper, and pain is all you're going to find.
You're like a foolish child wandering in the dark.
You must be new here, huh? A tourist? In order to survive, you compromise. You don't need to worry about that. I will always be your best friend.
I'm sorry, Igor. It's over. You need to accept it and move on.
It makes a sociopath upset. Look, I came here to find Tatiana. That's what matters to me.
Oh, there's a girl over there. Okay. All right. Is this pretty smooth? Hello? Oh, you're. Oh my God! Thanos just got to you. Or is it all a dream sequence? I am now at a Ferris wheel. What the hell is happening right now, folks? Oh my God. Okay, are we like in a wave defense survival? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Do I have to reload?
Показатели плохие. Слишком высокий уровень. Нужно выбираться отсюда. Мы не можем его оставить, боже мой! Выпустите меня отсюда!
Two hostiles. Give me a gun.
Тише. Антон, тот слева твой.
Go sleep. Go sleep. Shh. So we're gonna smash it.
Не обращай внимания. Просто устал.
Ну ладно. Все нормально?
Конечно. Ты делай свою работу, а я буду делать свою.
Тогда вперед.
Well, this one is called The Grey Hill Incident, and it is a trailer, and let's watch it.
No! No, Henry!
Henry! Oh my god, aliens! I love it! I love it. They just look like the classic run-of-the-mill aliens. It's so good. Top secret. The graphics look good, though. I gotta say that.
Is everything all right? I don't think so.
No, nothing's all right. I saw an alien. Oh my god, they just walked straight for you. Okay. Kitty! Is that a cyborg cat? What was that?
Invasion. Do you know what that means?
This looks really cool, to be honest.
Everyone in the village. Humans, animals, and every little insect.
Is that a tinfoil hat?
Making experiments on everyone.
It's a tinfoil hat.
Investigation.
I love how this is playing off the tropes of like alien invasions and stuff. Just whack them in the face. Oh god.
No, the windows.
Let me turn it up a bit. Sorry, I didn't notice it's kind of low.
Brandon!
Brandon!
Hang on! I'm coming!
Honestly, that looks really cool. Coming spring 2023. Okay.
I'm always happy to speak with other Polish developers, especially when they have great looking games. Let me officially announce my next guest, Robert from Wixa Games. Hi Robert, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine, and thank you for having us on the Fear Fest. Exciting for the event.
I'm also excited because I watched your trailer and I was like, what the fuck is going on? It's both it's terrifying, it's creepy, it's disturbing. The ending of the trailer is like, wow, what's going on? So please just tell me what this game is about. What will players do in it?
Sure. Yeah, we did it on purpose because the last scene from the trailer definitely sets the mood for the game. So Edge of Sanity is a Lovecraftian survival horror game, and we have a unique 2D art in the game. There are not that many games in this style, so we tried to find something unique. And yeah, you have a disturbing story, and also you have in the game complex base management. So basically, because we love Lovecraft, we wanted to put monsters and the world inspired by him in original setting. So this is Alaska during the Cold War, and you are working as a part of a resupplying group. because there are scientists working on a mysterious sterile stone somewhere in the wilderness of Alaska, but things went wrong, and unfortunately not all of the people survive, but you survive, and you set up very basic base. And in order to actually have a chance survive a few days on this wilderness and coolness of Alaska, you need to find also other people, because the game is about keeping your humanity alive. Each actions that you make in your base and also during expeditions, which are like the core gameplay, affects your madness, because we have a system when you actually get levels of madness, and after reaching a certain level you get traumas. So these are like perks, but they work in a bad way and actually influence, makes your game a little bit harder. So not only you need to survive like your body, but your mind also needs to survive in this game. So the game is divided into 4 acts, and we have a very rich story expeditions, and also in the base management, when you find survivors, you can set them up on the missions and can gather resources for you. And your job is actually to get enough resources to survive not only you, but also other people. But there will be also some events, because these are people that are also on the edge of sanity. So actually anything can happen all the time. So we are not safe even at the base. But of course, when you are on your expeditions, you try to avoid the fight if you can. You can try fighting with the environment, throwing some stones, preparing some traps, or avoiding fighting with monsters altogether. You have an axe as like a last resort, but if you go face to face with those monstrosities inspired by Lovecraft, well, you don't have a high chance, because most likely you will be dead in a second. We are a small studio located north of Poland, and there are like 12 people working on the game. So this is like by far biggest and most ambitious project for us. And we are a very small studio, so we appreciate whatever support you want. So like every like, every wish list, like joining our Discord means a lot to us, and we are very approachable. So if you have like some ideas, you have some feedback, you can always reach out on those social media, and believe me, we'll read it and we'll take your feedback seriously. So thanks a lot for having us, and good luck to other participants of Fearfest.
The Foundation usually refers to them as abnormal objects or SCP objects.
What happened here?
There are many things in this world that are beyond your understanding, but that doesn't mean that they do not exist because they are not.
You will understand everything.
Those eyes. Imagine. Beautiful images.
If you're old and weird enough, I think you remember something we called creepypastas, and today we have something similar in form of SCP stories. And as a big fan of SCP, you can imagine that I'm super excited to be able to speak with the developers from Games Studio responsible for the game called SCP Secret Files. Hi guys, how are you?
Hi everyone, hi Lucas. I'm feeling very well, and this is Xiaoliang, the producer of our game, and I'm Leo, the community manager of the team.
So I'm very curious about your opinion on one thing. How do you think why SCP is so popular among the world? What makes this community to still growing?
I think that's kind of creepypasta, right? There are a lot of SCP articles on the website, and the articles are about different SCP anomalies. The most popular theme of the SCP Foundation is horror, and that's probably one of the reasons that SCP is very popular in the world. And if you want to ask why the community is still growing, and I think it's probably also because of the self-growing community. Like everyone can write their own SCP article to the community, and it's it's voted by different readers. If your article is good, so it's kept on the website. So everyone can write, everyone can judge. That's probably the reason. As you can see, like there are already several SCP games on market, right? We know SCP Secret Lab, we know SCP Containment Breach, but those games are more focused on horror, right? Horror and FPS shooting. That's a good starting point to make a SCP game, right? Surely we do have horror theme in our game, but that's only one point. We're also gonna have heartwarming SCPs. We also have weird, thrilling, and some, I don't know if we can say that, like, it's gonna be in our final game. It's gonna be in the final launch. We have different art styles. We have different gameplay styles. Those are based on the different styles, different types of SCPs. That's the reason we do that. The diversity in the SCP Foundation. Our game is going to be a narrative game. Like we want the player to get to know the Foundation from like by knowing the story behind the SCP. Like we have different types of SCP, and like players know the stories. Players know how the Foundation treat them, and players will know more about the SCP universe. In the SCP Secret Files, we will show people how to get started, how they can follow the instructions to get to know the story.
No.
It's amazing. This wildlife. The forest. But it's really sharp. Everything what he wrote is true. They can't find out about it.
Hello? Grandma? Uncle Arthur gave me clues.
I hope thanks to this, I'll be able to find them. Who was that? Hey! Is somebody here?
These monsters are getting closer. We don't have much time. He can come back any minute now. Hold on.
I can hear dogs, but I can't see them. These noises.
This is really sharp. Everything what you roll is true. They can't find out about it.
What the heck? Hello? I hear roars even in the daytime and feel someone's presence. I am disturbed by strange sounds in the forest. Plus, I feel the smell of a terrible stench. Have I gone mad? My siblings are also acting strangely, as if they are afraid of something. I have to talk to them before it's too... Bro, that music just stopped out of nowhere. I couldn't even finish my sentence. Oh. Oh! Doggos! No!
Welcome to Saturnalia, a horror adventure game with elements of investigation, puzzle solving, exploration, and roguelite progression. You'll play as a cast of characters, some available from the start, and some to be unlocked during your adventure. They all have their own personal motives and storylines, but they share a common goal: escaping the village of Gravoy and the rituals of the winter solstice. Each character has unique tools and abilities to help you explore hidden areas and survive. There are no markers or virtual compasses in Saturnalia. As you learn your way around the village of Gravoy, you'll orient yourself with signs and local landmarks. Change your character or team up for more flexibility. Even ask your companion to guide you somewhere with the in-game maps. Use phone booths to continue on from a different location, or ask a teammate to meet up. As you explore, you will discover shortcuts and secret passages, connecting the various parts of the village and its surroundings in a complex three-dimensional maze. Keep track of your many discoveries in your mind map, grouping crucial clues and tracking your objectives. Often, tools will be required to create new routes, solve puzzles, or uncover useful resources. Such resources are scarce and must be managed wisely, and have less obvious uses for you to discover. Use matches to light your way, mark where you have been, and find hidden objects. As you explore the winding alleyways of Gravoy, be careful. You are not alone roaming these streets after curfew. Some will help you. Some will try to stop you, and something is hunting you. If you are captured, all is not lost. Switch to another survivor to find your companions and free them. But beware, once you lose all your characters, the village will be generated anew, with new roads and connections to discover. You won't lose your progress in the story or the puzzles, but you will have to relearn again your way around the strange village of Reveil.
Okay guys, we are continuing our very strange but very cool journey among some weird games, and we have one here. When I first saw Saturnalia, it was like, wow, like how is it possible the game can look like that? And I'm super excited to speak with the creator of Saturnalia, Pietro. Hi, how are you?
Hey, I was just gonna say thank you so much for that beautiful intro. I'm very glad that you liked it.
Thank you for creating such beautiful game. And first, I have a very, very quick question. What the word Saturnalia means?
So, Saturnalia is an alternate name for the winter solstice, basically. And it's the name of the festival that was celebrated during the winter solstice in Roman times. And the reason why the game is called like that is because really there's this ritual at the center of the game that has existed throughout not even centuries, but millennia, right? And it's been adopted and adapted by different cultures and different people that have inhabited specifically the island of Sardinia. And so the idea by calling it Saturnalia is that we put attention on the fact that this has always existed, and even if people have given it different names, such as Christmas, that's really like saying, hey, this is kind of like the protagonist of the game, is this event that has always existed. We've started from two different sort of like central inspirations in terms of art direction, which a two is a little reductive, but let me explain a bit more. So there's this beautiful tradition of Italian comics that are edited by Sergio Bonelli in Italian, and some of which are known internationally, such as Dylan Dog and others. And this is a horror comic. And I think we grew up associating horror to that look. And so I think always in our head, the game had that kind of like feeling, that kind of narrative, and I also kind of like had a chance to look that way. And that's about, the fact that it looks hand-drawn and it looks etched. The other side of it is the way we use color and light. And that's really taken from a tradition of Italian horror and cinema in the 70s and the 80s. So if you look at the work of Mario Bava and Dario Argento, you will see similarities in how there's this way of using light that is unrealistic, but it used to communicate emotion and setup. We try to achieve the same kind of feeling programmatically in the game. So as a matter of fact, the game is actually in black and white. There's not a single texture in the game that has color to it.
Really?
Well, the color that you see in the game is through post-processing and lighting. And so it's kind of like colored artificially. There's no natural color to things, right? And that really, I think it makes the game stand out. We really worked on it to create something that, as you said, like you look at one screen and be like, this is that game. There's no chance of confusing it with something else, which I think is very important. And also to kind of like create a bond with the player and in their memory about that specific experience that they get. So the game is coming out this year, and on PC it will be exclusive to Epic Game Store, but we will be announcing more platform support soon. One thing that I'm very proud of is something that we worked on with the accessibility features with the game. When you play it, you have like a number of sliders and options to accommodate your play style. If you want a more immersive experience, a more streamlined experience, a more challenging experience, we accommodate that, and we have some pre-made setups that kind of like resonate with different kinds of players. There is a lot of experimental systems in the game, things that have never been done before, and that's something that always try to do, and with this game we really like went all in. Handling player guidance through the level in a different way, handling game orders in a different way. And so I'm very much looking forward to what people will think when they try these new things that I haven't quite experienced in other games yet, in terms of specifically gameplay and progression. On a first try, I'm gonna say 10 to 15 hours long. Of course, you can do speedrun, but that's on your first playthrough. That's what you should expect. There's a lot of player freedom in the game. It compared to many other horror games, they're more of a linear experience if they are narrative based. Our game is very much telling a story, but it really allows you to kind of like tackle the locales and the missions in any order with any of the available characters, and the narrative will adapt to kind of like make the characters say things that progress the story and still make sense with everything that has happened, may have happened, may have not happened before any specific event in the game. So that's also something new that we're doing.
To getting scared, nothing can be quite as fun than when you do it with friends. Whether you're teaming up to kick monster ass, or you're watching your friend get the fright of their life, everything's better in numbers.
So, what do we gotta do?
Let's see. It says here we need to fix the system on one of the security cameras.
I'm on it.
Sure. Okay then. Yeah, hey, enter the next door.
Have you checked if there are any creatures there?
Yeah, trust me.
Crap, I can't open it. There's a padlock.
Yeah, what do we... Ooh, yes, I'll buy some cutting pliers here, and you get them.
The power!
Wow, it's dark. It wasn't me, though. The power went out.
Okay. It's right there. Oh my gosh. Done. Power restored.
Good. Power back on.
No. Shh. I think I heard something.
Oh, whoa. Run.
Steve, help! Oh my god! Leave the door open.
You know what? I'm out.
Steve, no!
You know what they say, better together, and the game we are going to speak about right now is the living proof of that. Please let me welcome my next guest, Hugo, the developer of the game called Hired to Die. Hi Hugo, how are you?
Hello Lucas, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, I'm super excited for you to be here. So let's speak about your game, Hired to Die. We can play both in single player and multiplayer co-op mode. And I'm curious, how difficult is it to design the game that gives equal amount of fun when you play solo and when you play with a friend?
Well, Hired to Die has a really simple principle. When playing with a duo, like a duo, you have to exchange a lot of information. That's the part where it's fun to play with a friend, because you need the information he have and he needs your information. When we designed the game for a single player, what we did actually is to give more access to this information. So instead of accessing a computer, the single player version, you have a tablet, so you can just look up and access cameras, CCTV cameras, security systems. All the information you need to solve the puzzle is there. So you actually give the player independence so he can work alone.
So you can say that the co-op mode is kind of more difficult, yeah?
Actually, yes, because you can give wrong information for your friend and you screw him up. So that's the fun, because you can never trust your friend. You need to make some assurances before going the dark corridors and trying to find things by yourself. What I'm going to ask everyone is that please play my game for free. I'm going to give you the literal keys, because I want you to join our community. I want you to be part of this game, and you don't have to pay for it. You just need to tell me what you find of the game. If you think there's something that can improve or there's something bad about it. My objective right now is to make the best game possible. So Hired to Die is open for you to play. You just need to join our community and just ask, I want a key, and I will give you a free key.
So this is the Guess You Know 'Em trailer, and let's watch it. Let's see.
Welcome to Gehenna.
Okay.
Reveil.
I like the evil deep voice. Chair swinging by itself. Oh dear.
You need to
Oh dear. Oh. Is this kind of like Slender Man? This looks like a very intense version of Slender Man. That's what it looks like. Oh God. Well, that was something. Okay, the demo's coming out June 13th. Wait, that was in the past. Is there already a demo for this? But damn, okay.
Some time ago, when we were talking about horror games, we are thinking mostly about single players experience, but in a couple of last years we had so many great games, the great horror games, that are also multiplayer, like the one I have here right now. I'm super excited to speak right now with one of the developers behind the game called Rip Out. Hi Goran, how are you?
Hi, thanks for having us. We are very good.
Your game, like I said, it's more of a shooter, more of an action game, but it also had that, that horror atmosphere, that very dark atmosphere. And I'm curious about one thing. How do you design the game that's both for multiplayer, so it can be too scary because, you're messing with your friends and thanks to it, not everything is terrifying anymore. That is both creepy and fun to play.
Yeah, well, this was the first difficulty and the first decision that we made, like, if we're going to go for co-op, because the first idea was getting into spaceships, with a crew. That was the initial idea. Discovery of unknown and always having sessions that are different and never knowing what to expect. And since we also love horror and horror is a great setting for that, then we started making a horror game to emulate some of the feeling from the Space Crusade, the board game that used to be from Warhammer or Alien, and mostly focusing on those 80s movies and that feeling of discovery and going into spaceship. That was our primary goal. So when thinking about multiplayer, we started off with 4 players, and then we, because of these reasons, not to have it too actiony, we switched it to 3-player maximum. We balanced it out so that you get more difficult monsters and not more numbers of monsters when you have more players. So we didn't want to crowd it with monsters. We didn't want to make it a horde shooter. So it becomes like more in the direction of some newer or action-oriented 4-player co-op games. We wanted to keep it slower and more tactical, so that you still get that sense of fear when you're playing, and very different levels and rooms that you enter, that sometimes they don't have any monsters but just have jump scares and scary atmosphere, and then you get to rooms with a lot more difficult enemies. So we switch it between levels and during the entering the derelict as well. So this is how we're approaching it as well. You can play it in single player. It's perfectly balanced for single player as well. So obviously it's more scary that way, but we're trying to balance it out to keep it constantly tense for everybody.
I understand. So Rip Out is not more action or more horror. It's perfectly balanced somewhere between.
Yeah, we're trying to hit the middle ground, trying to have it both ways.
I see.
Well, Rip Out is a co-op horror game with elements of procedurally generated levels. So every campaign you play will be different. The drops in the monsters will be different. It has roguelite elements to it. You get upgrades that you can keep only during one session, and you get also upgrades that you can keep forever. Once you finish the campaign, it can restart and you keep some of the upgrades. The campaign gives you more drops and more reason to play. So we want this to be really about never getting bored, always getting a different feeling and different experience with each play. So if you like co-op shooters, it's good for you, and if you like horror games, it's also good. So we hope to have both audiences present and tell us about how they feel about it. We'll keep improving the game. We won't just release it and let it go. We want to work on it and add more levels and more monsters as we go along.
Don't you just love to crack a cold one with the boys after a long day of whatever you do in there? Maybe a small brawl to stretch that aching neck. No? Euphoria, a nation on a station, a boxed-in beauty, an oasis of lust and luggage at your feet, if you have the coin for it. We offer you luxury in lengths. Rest your weary back at our calm and composed sleeping quarters. Fill your belly with satisfaction. Wash your dirty laundry. Test your hand-eye coordination. Acquire ancient knowledge. Loosen up a bit. Go crazy. Release the tension. But watch your step. It's a big place after all. And in case you are lost in the dark, we offer services to find your way back. Now, you have heard of it, wondered of it. Only thing left for you is to involve yourself in it. The city in the deep, the hub of dances, the urban expansive. Euphoria is not liable to any altercations, laceration, hazard, natural or unnatural, pain, bleed, faulty machine, undocumented disappearances, or unnecessary surgeries you might encounter.
Now I have a great opportunity to make a super joke about zombies, but unfortunately all my ideas for it are brainless. And I know it was very stupid, so let's get to my next guest. Please welcome Jonathan, the member of a development team responsible for the game called Humanities. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm super excited to speak with you about your game because I like zombie games, but let's be honest, there are so many of them. So I want to ask you, how do you think why zombie theme is so popular and how do you want to stand out among the competition?
Okay, I've got quite a weird sort of answer for this one. Like zombie genre's been around for such a long time. And obviously with the new recent years of TV shows like The Walking Dead, these kind of things, so it's kind of maybe raised the genre even more. But I also think it's due to people who play fantasy games with orcs and goblins and dragons. They're probably, we hope, we're never gonna see them again. But because zombies form from a human form, I think it's that kind of fear factor. Could it be the next pandemic one day? That kind of thing. So my advice would be everyone to play as many survival games as possible, just in case one day the zombies do come. And hopefully it's Humanity as well. So a really small team. The three of us are all massive zombie survival game fans. Played all sorts of games for many, many years, showing our age maybe a little bit. But so we kind of trying to take our favorite things, mechanics, from other games that we've played. That feeling where you're kind of playing a game and you think, oh, if it had this from this game or that from this game. So we're trying to before we started development, we kind of got all these ideas together and we're trying to hope that each feature that we love from all our favorite games are in the game in one game. So hopefully when you play Humanity, you won't be going, oh, I wish Humanity had this in. So that's kind of one of our main aims, to get that in. And it's quite a sort of classic, sort of top-down. It's got ISO feel to it, but it's not. It's kind of like a third-person hybrid camera. So sometimes for people playing it, it might feel like one of one and one of another. But with time of playing it, you kind of get used to it, and it's quite intuitive in the end once you get the feeling down. We're using realistic graphics, which for sort of top-down games you kind of find
the 2D sort of style. So we've gone for like the Unreal Engine to get like those sort of high fidelity graphics. It's a huge open world as well. One thing that we really wanted is to give like the base building that sort of like freedom for the player, where you can't just sort of build in a certain area, so you can literally like build anywhere in the game, and also you can fortify structures that are already in the game as well. We hope that it's a fun game to play. We want it to be hard as well. We're trying to find that balance, so when you're playing the game, it isn't going to hold your hand. It's not going to be easy, but we're trying to do the balance all the time with like fun versus like impossible. So yeah, that's our aim, to make it as hardcore as possible and as fun as possible, and we think we've got there.
Hey everyone, we're going to be watching a new trailer for an upcoming horror game called Carnival Hunt, and this is my first time watching it, so let's watch it together. Beer Night Studio, already like the name. Already like the name. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm assuming, since this is called Carnival Hunt, there's gonna be a couple clowns. Disappeared missing. Is that a kid? Uh-oh. Okay. I like the music, the build-up. Doesn't seem like a very clean place. Oh my God. Do you like that one time I reincarnated as a puppet animal? This seems terrifying, like some Pinocchio stuff. Oh dear, oh my goodness. I like rabbits, but I don't like those rabbits. I like the design of them, they're pretty freaky. Wait, do I play as a human? Oh! Wait, who's hunting who? Okay. I gotta say, this trailer's doing a good job. It's very atmospheric. I can, like, they're selling what they're going for. Oh, what is that? I like their expressions, too. How their eyebrows move. I like that. Oh, pretend you're dead. I think you're too late, buddy. I think you're too late. Whoop-ah! Oh. Cool. So this guy seems like the head guy. You don't wanna mess with him. You don't wanna mess with this dude. So do you play as a rabbit? Or do you play as the big dude? Honestly, both would be cool. And the music is very good, I must say. I'm liking a lot of this trailer. Carnival Hunt. That was a really cool trailer. I want to watch some gameplay from that, because I really like this trailer. 2022. All right. So that's coming out soon then. Excellent. Well, my first impressions, honestly, I really like the visuals. Like, for me, horror games where I can get sucked in and feel like I'm kind of there and are very atmospheric, I really like those type of games. So I really enjoyed the trailer. I'm excited to see more of this game, and keep an eye out for Carnival Hunt. I hope you enjoyed it.
Organization referring to themselves as the SCP Foundation have claimed responsibility for the events taking place across the globe, and claim they're not affiliated with any state government.
Mere hours after this mass carnage began, remaining government officials have declared this a global...
Worldwide panic has erupted following the incident at the United Nations Secretariat building in New York this afternoon. After after a large explosion destroyed a major section of the building during an emergency UN meeting regarding the global state of affairs.
Okay. Oh, there's a butt button. Except this one's higher up. I don't think it's for butts.
There we go. I shot
really?
it.
You're
yeah.
supposed to shoot the thing? The one time I don't shoot the thing?
But it like said, faulty circuitry, nothing a bullet or two won't fix. Ah! Oh, I just died. Oh, I just died.
Why would you do that? You may run into occasional optional side objectives. Okay.
Throughout the raid.
Oh, that's probably a bad idea, pushing random buttons. Crowbar.
Is he dead?
Yep. Sorry.
That scared me so bad.
Hey, that doesn't sound good.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow, they all just fell over, and I apologize for using the naughty.
No, it's okay. I don't care. Oh! Oh, my gosh. What is that? Oh! Oh!
Mannequin.
No, it's not.
What's the mannequin?
That's not a mannequin.
That's a mannequin.
That's a mannequin?
That's a mannequin. It's one ugly SOB, but he's made of rebar and cloth.
Oh, okay. I was like,
crap out of me. Whoa! What happened?
Something just killed me. That is not a mannequin. That is not a mannequin.
It moved.
Oh!
Oh my God! It moved. It's I don't see it anymore.
Yeah, it like ran off.
All right, so this trailer that we have now is called Blight Survival. It is a teaser trailer, and let's check it out. It's only 28 seconds. Let's see here. Okay, I like the music. Oh, is this medieval times? Okay. Don't tell me those are zombie birds. Even though I don't know what else this game is about. I like the music. I hope I get to kill some cool stuff with a sword. But other than that, I don't really have too many initial thoughts on that. Blight Survival. It sounds like a horror game, though, just by the title. You must survive. I can't wait to see another trailer for that.
I'm excited. I liked Made of Sker. I did. I quite liked. That looks gross. Oh my gosh, are we going to a carnival? What? All I remember, I liked it, but all I remember is there was a mermaid or a harpy. There was something weird. Ooh. Oh, we're shooting stuff. Wasn't that Dad? Ooh, a cornfield getting punched in the face. I like the steampunky kind of horror that this had. Ooh.
have a pleasure to meet my next guest, David from Wales Interactive, with whom I'm going to speak about the game called Sker Ritual. Hi David, how are you?
Great, thanks. Yeah, it's great to be here.
So, Sker Ritual is a spiritual successor to your previous game called Made of Sker, but this time it's more action-oriented. I'm curious, why did you decide to go in this direction, and what fans of Made of Sker can expect from Sker Ritual?
So Made of Sker is a real sort of passion project for us. We make a lot of narrative games, a lot of sort of creepy first-person game. Essentially, what we like to do as a team is freshen up. So because we make a lot of narrative-based games, we wanted to have a break and sort of flex our muscles in the sort of game mechanic area. So really what we want to do is take the story and the characters that we made and then sort of R&D something which we're not known for, which is an FPS action co-op game. Mm-hmm. So we started though at the end of Made of Sker. When we finished that, because we did the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series Enhanced version, just for fun, we added in an FPS challenge mode, which was really sort of a gift if you've played the game. Really, it's like it wasn't the main focus of the game, but it was just an extra sort of Easter egg at the end for you to play. People seem to like it, so what we did was evolve that a bit more and took it to the next level, really. The team is, we're really big fans of games like Resident Evil, but equally COD Zombies, so we thought we'd try to smash the both together, and the outcome was Sker Ritual. So Sker Ritual is the evolution of Made of Sker. It's by no means a sequel. It's a spiritual successor, and again, we've changed tack, and it's an action game with up to 4 players, a co-op survival and wave shooter experience. The best description I've seen of it was from Boss Level Gaming, and they said Sker Ritual combines Resident Evil and COD Zombies into gory perfection. So that really sums up what it is. That's what we were trying to aim for. So everything that we do, even if it's inspired by other games, there'll always be some movement, some originality from our team that's put into it. So I suppose the main selling points for this, we've got a miracle system. So as well as your standard sort of perk system, we've got this new system where essentially your abilities you can add to. It's very inspired by Hades, in fact, right? So we've taken a little bit of that and sort of injected it into Made of Sker. So there's a lot of depth in the miracle system of how to upgrade your weapons and add different abilities to those weapons. When we released the demo in Next Fest in June, it was really our first sort of stress test of it to see, not just visually and the idea of the design, but I mean just technically it's quite a step up, because we are, even though we've been really successful as a games company for the last 10 years, we're only a team of 11, so really only 6 of us made Sker Ritual, because not all the team are developers. So we're still like a small team, really punching way above our weight with this, So like I said, we're building up to beta now. Episode 1 we're releasing first, and we've got 3 others planned. So it's really gaining momentum. And again, from even the stuff we've shown, we've got a lot of new content we've been working on. So we're really excited to show that and hopefully highlight it in your Sphere Fest.
Okay guys, this is really messed up. We just came back from the meeting with the CEO of that company. Screw this, we wanted to go back home, but apparently Philippa just had this crazy nosebleed. I went to the bathroom to take something to stop it, but when I came, she was gone. And the CEO told us some weird-ass shit stories about this dude named Łukasz, and he was a marketing specialist of some type. This guy apparently used black magic to enchant, something like that, this broadcast, and whenever somebody doesn't buy all the games, he starts to suffer. This thing sounds stupid, but where the hell is Philippa? But how to find this guy named Łukasz? Police, private... Wait, I have his first and last name. Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. Stupid me.
Moving on.
Okay, let's add some adrenaline to Fearfest, and the guy who will help me to do it is Bruno from Blazing Beat Games, the developer of the game with such amazing title, Nightmare Reaper. Hi Bruno, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. What about you?
I'm super excited to speak with you about your game Nightmare Reaper. Sorry, that was the last time I'm doing it. I just love this title because your game is a boomer shooter, so retro style FPS. And the question I have to you is very simple. Why? Why doing such game today? Because we have all those game engines when we can create, even indie developers can create shooters with realistic graphic, and yet you decided to make it retro style. What is so cool about it?
Well, it is retro style, but there are still a lot of like modern effects that I put on these graphics. For example, there's dynamic shadows, there's bump mapping, and like bloom, volumetric fog, and all that stuff. I love sprite-based shooters. I've always loved them. I think they age beautifully, unlike some of the low poly games of old times. But yeah, I just love how it looks. I love pixel art. It feels great also. Like a sprite is a more generous hitbox, so it's kind of like easier to hit. And you can also do so much more with sprites. Like you can dismember them, you can break them apart, you can add all kinds of satisfying animations that are sometimes harder to do or not as satisfying with 3D models, because it's pretty hard to break up a 3D model and for it to look great unless you do like just like in retro games, just jibs that fly off everywhere that just look like meat cubes. But with sprites you can actually like make the leg fly apart and you see the leg, and it's very satisfying. It's a retro shooter, so I need to make it look retro. And it's inspired by games like Doom and the build engine games like Duke Nukem, Blood, and all that stuff, which is the games I loved as a kid, and I still do actually. So that wasn't even a question. I was gonna do sprites from the get-go, and we had a bunch of effects in Nightmare Reaper where we kind of play with the fact that they're paper, like just a flat piece of paper moving around. Sometimes they cut, sometimes they fall over and bounce all over the place. Since the game is happening in a dream, we can do some pretty crazy stuff. It's no joke to make actually like enemies with pixel art and sprites, because you have to draw an insane amount of frames of animation. and we're doing it all in Nightmare Reaper by hand. So you see the front of the enemy, the side of the enemy, the back of the enemy, and then let's say he has 4 frames in his running animation. You have to do these 4 frames for each faces. So it multiplies the amount of animations you have to draw by hand. And this takes a long time.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work, yeah.
Yeah. Smarter people would make 3D models and then take pictures of them in all the angles. But I don't think it actually looks as good as just making them by hand, where you can like put so many details. What's great about the game is that it's totally unique, and if you're bored of just the same games being recycled over and over, you're gonna find something truly different with Nightmare Reaper. And if you like retro shooters, if you like roguelites, if you like looter shooters, there's going to be something for you in there. And just everything about the game is made to be addictive and satisfying. The shooting feels great. You're always working towards some kind of progression. You're never wasting your time. So I highly recommend you check it out.
Hello FearFest, my name is Walkerman and today we are playing Nightmare Reaper. The crying is unsettling. It's a little bit unsettling. Oh, hello, big boy. Is that a chainsaw? There's no chance of me doing that now. I have a blue whip. Oh, yeah. It's not very effective. Oh, God. This game is weird. Cameron, this game is sick. Wait till we get to out. This is just leveling up our skill tree. Oh, look at this sword. Woo. Boing. Boy. Oh, big boy, big boy, big boy, big boy. I can't do this. Who the heck is this guy? Oh, I love it. I'll kick him to death. Get kicked. Na 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 na. What is that? Spark book? There's magic? Oh. Why did that scare me?
Hello. I'm glad you came. Like me, I'm sure you're a refined connoisseur of demon slaying and video games. Well, we're both in luck, because there's a new shooter in town, and boy, it's a good one. It was developed by a self-taught designer and my young friend Kuba. It's called Project Warlock II. It's inspired by Doom and Quake, and it's bursting with jibs. I mean, it's bursting with fun. Check it out on Steam and GOG. Project Warlock 2. Romero approved.
Guys, I know, I really do. The gaming market is just filled with boomer shooters, but you know what? I don't care, give me more, because I just love all those old school shooters, like the one we are going to speak about right now. Let me introduce my next guest. His name is Jakub, and he's developer behind the game that was complemented by the legendary John Romero himself. I'm talking about Project Warlock II. Hi Kuba, how are you?
Yeah, hi. I'm pretty good, and how are you?
I have a very, very simple question to you. Why? Why did you decide to make boomer shooter?
Oh, that's the question which I love the most. Well, it basically comes down all to the roots of my childhood, so to say. Since I was very small, my father played the first games like Doom, Wolfenstein, Quake, and I was like, a small kid sitting and watching what's my father doing in front of his PC, and I really loved what I saw. I mean, I was very small at the time, and I probably couldn't even understand what was happening on the screen, but it caught my attention. And I remember that I played Doom for the first time when I was like, I'm not really sure, 3 or 5, somewhere around that. So I remember that feeling of being scared of walking with the character through the first room, and I could only hear the imps in the background doing some weird noises, and I was too scared to play. So that's the first thing that I do fondly remember from that time. And I gotta say, shooters is just my favorite genre. So I really love playing all kinds of shooters, from the oldest one to the newest ones. I really love Return to the Castle Wolfenstein, from like, these older games. I really love Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, Quake, that's obvious. But I also love playing modded Doom. So this is just basically my favorite genre, and it comes down also from my childhood, as I said before. My father played a lot of these games, so I got it from him, kinda. And that's the main reason why I also like making boomer shooters. I always wanted to do what gives me the most fun, and what could be more fun than making a boomer shooter when you love shooters, right? So that's what I'm doing.
And let's be honest, the competition is very big, so very huge. So how do you stand above them with Project Warlock 2?
Well, I gotta say, Realms Deep last year was pretty huge. There were a lot of titles that were announced, and that's very cool, right? Because we can see that the genre is thriving, and there's a lot of cool games out there which have a lot of potential. I'm really glad that it happens, because it really shows that it's not something old enough not to play right now. So I love the surge of the new players, that everybody is trying to relieve their so to say nostalgia through playing the retro boomer shooter titles, and I'm very happy with that. So when it comes to Project Warlock 2 and standing above the so to say the other games, well, I think that we do have our individual art style, which we settled on throughout the years with Project Warlock 1 and now with Project Warlock 2. This is something that we came up with and that David is designing. I gotta say, I am still working with the same artist that was working on the first Project Warlock, so that's why we are, keeping this cohesive art style. And I think this is one of the biggest things that is special about Project Warlock. It looks, in my opinion, very different than other games, and we are trying to, improve on that. So first Project Warlock had a color palette of only I'm not sure, 16 colors. It was a Commodore 64 color palette, but with Project Warlock 2, we decided to expand on that and to create our own palette, but still having the same art style and art direction as in Project Warlock 1, with comic styled edges, with colorful textures, and beautifully animated monsters and everything like that. So another thing that I think makes Project Warlock stand out is the animations of the monsters, because we do have a lot of animations for them. I think each monster has around 9 or 10 death animations, so you can slice them, you can cut their heads off, you can cut their legs off. Yeah, you can overkill them, you can freeze them. They even have burning animations, like in the old game called Blood. I'm not sure if I think a lot of people recognize this game.
Yeah, I remember.
it's also one of my favorites, and I just loved using the flare gun and lighting those zombies on fire and just watching them run around, or cultists. And this is exactly what we did in Project Warlock 2. So I would say the animations, the fluidity of the gameplay, the art style and art design of the game, I think these are the main features that sort of make our game stand out. So if you're interested in Project Warlock 2, make sure to follow me on Twitter. Make sure to join our Retro Vibe Discord server to keep up with the latest news. You can chat there with me. Make sure to check the game out on Steam, on GOG, on Epic Games Store, and make sure to have a look at it, because we are in early access right now, and we have the first episode available, and so we are coming up with more content really soon. So make sure to check us out.
New game. We're gonna do Walk in the Park just because, whatever. Oh, there we go. Wow. Oh, motherfucker. Ah! Anything in particular here? Nope. Oh! He's kind of cute. Let's go with laser rifle. Sometimes I forget I have another weapon and I should be utilizing, like, switching a lot more. Okay. One thing I recall about this, during my time with it a few months ago was, just the level design is really, really good.
We are continuing our journey among boomer shooters with my next guest, Aaron, the developer responsible for the great looking game called Impaler. How are you?
Good, thank you for having me.
If somebody would like to argue that this is Fearfest and you have action shooters, not horror games, then I want to show them Impaler, because your game, yes, this is boomer shooter, this is shooter, this is action game, but it has some kind of horror style dark atmosphere in it, and I'm curious, why did you decide to go in this direction?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, so I think when I look at Impaler, it's not your traditional jump scare horror game. You know, it is a shooter after all, but I think one thing that shines through with Impaler is the environmental horror. You know, you're basically put in unrealistically large, dark room that actually kind of feels alive. As you play, you kind of notice it's not just a rectangular room with some columns in it, but monsters will spawn, obstacles will spawn. It actually has structure that's kind of like alive. And as you play, you basically feel like there's a director or some type of adversary that's against you, and the way he is getting at you is by like putting you through these trials, and he places you in this dark room and he's trying to basically punish the player. And that happens not just with spawning monsters and being dark and scary, you know, having fog and like these things that kind of make you uncomfortable, but the game will like actively do things to make it challenging for you. For example, like it may wall you in with obstacles. It doesn't feel like a static world, and it feels like there's someone against you that's not an actual like physical object in the world. And I think that kind of shines through as you play it. You know, it is one, you know, arena, you know, as you'd see in typical arena shooters, but it evolves as you play and gets more and more difficult. And you know, the hazards and, you know, the things you're up against, you know, outside of pure monsters, you know, it kind of expands as you play. And that's where a lot of the difficulty and the challenge comes from. If you enjoy, you know, boomer shooters, you know, games like Doom, Quake, Duke Nukem, I think you know, this could be a great addition to your library. I feel like I took the best of kind of all the different games. You know, it has the movement inspired by Quake. You can bunny hop, you can strafe jump, you know, that kind of like fluid, fast-paced movement that players are accustomed to. In terms of art style, it obviously has the, you know, the sprite-based monsters, you know, very colorful, much like Doom. Yeah, I made some different design choices than you'd find in other games. You know, I wrote my own engine, and I spent a lot of effort to make the feel correct. You know, some games you play just doesn't feel right when you move. You know, the physics don't feel right. So because the scope is small, you know, it is one arena shooter with one game mode, it let me put a lot of polish and effort and love into the game. So, you know, it is a small scope game, but I think it can really be enjoyable. And you know, it doesn't try to be something that's not an arena shooter. I think it's got good variety, and I think it holds its own against the, you know, the rest of the market.
Okay guys, now we have tactical game with RPG elements, with post-apocalyptic theme, with rats and beautiful pixel art. I don't need more. I am happy to welcome my next guest, Sławek, the developer responsible for the game called Shortpunk. Hi Sławek, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thanks for having me.
So I talked about your pixel art because when I first saw your game, it was like, it has a very, very simple pixel art, but this simple pixel art kind of works. It doesn't have to be detailed to create the atmosphere, to build the scene, and I think it's very intriguing. So please tell me, why did you decide to go with pixel art, and why this exact style?
Yeah, that's a very good question, I think. Well, first of all, it's surely a matter of taste, because I dig pixel art. I like games that are having this kind of visual fidelity also we can call it like very low fidelity, because it actually allows to trigger your imagination more, you know? It's not like every detail is presented to you on the screen. It's up to the player to actually figure out the stuff that is hidden inside every pixel, and it can really help the player to build up the mood of the game.
And kinda, I think, that working on the imagination of the player builds a creepy and dark atmosphere of this game, right?
Definitely. Not that dark as one of the early demos where, you know, this is my first indie game, or maybe first game that I'm working on in my life. So the initial demos were actually too dark because I didn't know how to use contrast in games to like distinguish visual elements from each other. But yeah, it's definitely has this grim vibe to it. Yes. If you are into tactical turn-based games, say XCOM or Mutant Year Zero or other similar games that I based my game on, do make sure to wishlist Shardpunk, because I'm pretty sure that you will actually like what it is. It has all the mechanics I wanted to be in XCOM, but they weren't there. That's why I created my own game. Nice music and a very good atmosphere.
All right, so we're going to be looking at this new game trailer for the first time. Let's check it out. From the creator of Pinstripe and... Oh, I couldn't read it.
In the beginning, Adam and Eve created...
Adam and Eve? My name's Eve!
I'm picking
Yeah, that's right. I created the heavens and the earth. Oh, what is this?
I'm fine. Go home.
Okay, so you have an axe. You have some type of radio.
Eve!
Oh, it's a shooter! What? Look at their hands. They're so long. I gotta say, I like the music. This definitely puts me in the mood to shoot some baddies. Get a nice machine gun. Interesting. And this game seems like it has like a good story. Looks like you're like looking for your daughter or something about your daughter. Oh God! What was that? What was that? Oh my Lord, okay. It's Father. Okay, that's what it's called. Father, I see the wiggle. That looks interesting though.
They felt no shame.
It's definitely like an action horror game, that's for sure. An action horror, you get to shoot stuff. It seems like there'll be like a story involved. Seems pretty cool, honestly. So that was called Father, and yeah, that was a pretty cool trailer.
It's a funny thing with game titles, because when you make a shooter, you know you need to call it in a cool way, like, I don't know, Doom, Duke Nukem, Wolfenstein, but sometimes you don't have to. You can go with not cool name, like Father, and still have a very cool game.
Yeah.
I'm happy to introduce my next guest, Thomas, the developer behind Father. Hi Thomas, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm excited to speak about your game. I'm a fan of retro-style shooters, and so please tell me more about your game. It's, if I understand, it somehow combines action with horror. How do you find balance between those two?
Yeah, so it's for me. Originally, the game was inspired by Half-Life. Like, we wanted to make a Half-Life style game. And there's still elements in it, like Half-Life, like the more explorative first-person shooter that's not like hyper, like a ton of action. We found that was just a really expensive, time-consuming route to go, because you really need to be really specific about every interaction that the player has as they're progressing through this massive environment. That kind of style is actually really a great environment to do horror, because the player's moving slowly. There's darkness, there's flickering lights, there's not a lot of enemies. But
But we found that that's just a very expensive route to take. It's a very time consuming route to take. So we kind of backtracked and we thought, okay, well, maybe we need to make a more classic arcade sort of platforming experience with a lot more enemies, just because it's going to be a quicker way to make the game, get it done, and stick within our budget, because we saw that we were just going way over budget. The problem with that is it's really hard to make horror out of that because you're constantly engaging with enemies. And so there's not a lot of tension building, right? So what we decided was 70% of the game, 60 to 70% of the game is just platforming, having fun, shooting enemies, and you progress through chapters, right? So a chapter would be like 4 levels. 3 of those levels, it's chaos. But 1 level is going to be the tone suddenly goes back down, the ambient mood comes back, the lights start to flicker, and you're exploring a new area of a castle, right? So you're progressing up a castle. And so the current way we're doing this now with Father is as you progress up this castle, it's through chapters. And every time you start a new chapter, there's a level that's purely a story level. It's a creepy level. It's a scary level where you get to talk to characters. There's world building. There's documents you can read. And there's just spooky environments and jump scares. So you keep it an arcade style game like Doom or maybe even Dusk, but you're interjecting story every 4 levels. And like maybe when you start a new chapter, you have a story level that's creepy and spooky. So that's kind of sort of meeting in the middle when it comes to trying to make a game that's big in scope and scary and tons of story, but also trying to make it still have that arcade feel that Dusk and Doom have. Father is currently in production, and if people are curious about the story of Father, basically you rediscover the Garden of Eden in 1920, and it's this massive castle, but it's also a tree. It's the Tree of Life, and it's rising into the sky and at the clouds. And it sounds like a beautiful place to be, the Garden of Eden, except it's not. All the enemies are plant life that have been perverted and come to life in a horrifying way. There's a cult that worships Eve at this creepy castle campus. And they basically, it's a very dark sort of satanic cult that worships Eve. And your daughter she went on a backpacking trip. She never came home. And you found out that she joined this cult. So you're going there to rescue her. So you go up the Tree of Life castle into the sky. And as you go up, things get weirder and weirder. And sometimes you even wonder if it's in the player's head. So that's currently where we're at with the story.
Exploring in games. It lets you get lost in a world that you wouldn't normally encounter, and you can immerse yourself in a thrilling story. And what's better is, you have terrifying monsters to chase you along the way.
This next game trailer that we're going to be watching is for Silt. It is the launch trailer, and let's check it out. It does look beautiful. I like the black and white. You don't see very many black and white games. I can play as a piranha. I'm down. This looks cool, honestly. I really like 2D games as well. I think I'm actually gonna want to check this out. What is that? I like the art style a lot. I really like it. A horrible delight. Oh God, what was that? Oh my God. I'm gonna die so many times playing this. I'm just gonna die over and over. This seems pretty cool, honestly. I really like games like this. Silt. Damn, okay, that gave me a really good first impression, I'm not gonna lie. That gave me a really good first impression. Oh, it's not done! No way I'm swimming in there. I'm just going the other way. That's what I'll do. I'll just go turn around, go the other way. It's already out. Oh, dang. You can play it right now.
My next guest will take us on a journey to the cold north as we are going to speak about a game that is heavily inspired by Scandinavian folklore. Please welcome Frederick, the developer behind the game called Bramble the Mountain King. Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you for being here. I'm super excited to talk about the game.
So, like I said, it's inspired by the Scandinavian folklore, by Nordic fables. I'm curious, why? Why did you, what inspired you? Why did you decide to make a game inspired by that?
Yeah, we co-founders are all from Sweden. We are grown up by these stories, and we thought that we want to do something with Scandinavian folklore, and we thought like Vikings have been done before, and it has been done very, very well in a lot of games, so we wanted to bring up something new. And then we looked into what more do we have in the folklore that hasn't really been told in this way before. And then we remember all these scary stories we were told when we were children, and thought that that could be perfect to do a game with. The story of Bramble is about, we have this larger story that is about two siblings going too far into the woods. That is basically what all these scary stories back in the days was about. Do not go into the woods, do not go too far. And they do, and things kind of happen. And then we have all these small stories where we introduce and explain these small creatures, these big creatures, these monsters around the world that you have to look for and have to meet. So Bramble the Mountain King is a really passion project from us. We have worked with it so long, like when we started out 3 people in a 1-bed apartment, and now we are a little bit bigger in an office. It's been a long journey, and we do the game that we love to do. It would be different from other kinds of game. Some people will love it, some people will maybe not love it, but we do what we believe in and what we have our hearts in. So that's how we see the game, and we hope people will like it. We hope people will wishlist it and play it.
he was already long dead. The figures disappeared into the room. When Sophia blinked, the door was shut again. You're reckoning ghosts? You reckon ghosts? We shall see. Ah! What do we think's happening, chat? What do we think's going on? Naturally, I am just teasing, of course. It wouldn't be right to send her away at this time like this. Oh, bullshit. I'm watching you, Lalika. I'm watching you. Oh. As Letty pulled away, the maid drew her knife, still smudged with blood, and brought it to her veins. As she struggled, she saw it. 2 dark red eyes hanging above her, watching. Lalika, is that you?
You won't take her away from me.
The lady stared at the scene. Her heart raced. A laugh escaped her lips. That was a juicy noise. Wow, your entire existence is a lie. You're in love with her. Just be like, yes, women can love women. It's A-okay. Gosh. Standing behind them was a man with an imposing brow and a large beard. Sophia spun around, but looked straight through Lalika. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure Lalika is a ghost. An undead, ghosty ghost. And she getting weird with it all. She getting weird. A portrait sat above a large canopied bed. The curtains were pulled back, hiding whatever was inside. Why not? Yo, Lalika, why are you so mean? Lalika! Tomorrow everything will be
much better.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Wait, what?
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Now hold on a second. Don't you listen to him? What did I ever do to you?
She will do everything in her power to stop you.
Well, yeah. I don't want to die.
She'll charm and she'll lie and she'll promise you the world, and if she has the chance, she will kill you 12 times over.
Is he even listening to me?
Don't forget, the fate of the world rests on your shoulders.
You're not actually going to try and slay me or anything, right? because I wouldn't if I were you.
If you try, I'll kill you as many times as it takes.
It always puts a smile on my face when I see marriages working together on some cool projects, and we have such marriage here. I'd like to welcome my next guests, Abby and Tony, the developers responsible for the games like Scarlet Hollow, and Slay the Princess. Hi, how are you?
We're great.
Yeah.
So
thanks so much for having us.
It's pleasure for me. So, about your games, I think they have such peculiar, a little bit surreal atmosphere, and I think it's mostly because of the artwork. And I'm curious, what does inspire you to make games in such style?
Well, it's the way that I draw. I've been a graphic novelist for almost 10 years. I have a lot of graphic novels that I've published, and
more than 10 now.
Oh, wow. Anyway, so I've been developing my style for years and years, influenced by a lot of other graphic novelists who work in like black and white with heavy cross-hatching, which is kind of my thing. So I brought that to video games, and I think it's been very fun. It's a really fun adjustment, and it has not been very difficult to kind of switch to games, and I've been enjoying it. That's my story.
Good story.
Thank you.
Okay, so why do you make video games?
Well, they're really fun. They're very interesting to write. It's like quite a challenge, especially since we focus a lot on heavily branching narratives. So Scarlet Hollow, our first game, has a lot of branching paths in it. Every episode has like major decisions that change fundamental parts of the game. So we're focused very heavily on making sure that all of those branching paths feel like satisfying and feel like you actually had an impact. And it's just a very interesting writing project, and definitely very different from just writing like a singular narrative, which I'm used to.
I feel like a lot of it comes down to what stories are we trying to tell, and the stories that we want to tell with our games are stories that benefit from that interactivity, that benefit from either you being a person in the narrative who has to make those decisions, or by exploring like the nature of agency and choice within games.
So your first game, Scarlet Hollow, is already available, everybody can play it, but Slay the Princess is the upcoming title, and it looks so freaking weird, in a positive way, of course. I can't wait to play it, to check it out, but maybe you can tell me what this game is really about. What can we expect from Slay the Princess?
Yeah, so there's a demo available right now for it. It's about 1 to 2 hours long, which is pretty cool. The title says a lot of it. You're here to slay a princess. I think if we're talking about like broad artistic strokes, it's a game about the meaning of choice. It's a game about relationships and how your perception of other people colors how those relationships develop. So like over the course of the game in Slay the Princess, who she is and how you see her changes dramatically, both physically and emotionally, depending on how you've treated her and what conversations you've had. And that's, you know, an exploration of human relationships using like the horror and the metaphorical as a lens for it. Buy Scarlet Hollow, wishlist Slay the Princess.
Yeah, all of the above.
You can play the first episode of Scarlet Hollow for free. Is a standalone title where your saves get imported automatically into the full game. If you like our writing and you like the art, Abby has so many books. By the Crossroads at Midnight, it won an Ignatz, which is a pretty prestigious comic award. Read The Last Halloween. You can either buy that in book form, or the entire first book is available for free online as a webcomic. Is there anything I'm missing? I mean, you have so many books.
Yeah. I think that's the broad strokes.
Yeah.
So
Are you here to kill me or something?
I will.
do that one.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm here to kill her.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Her attitude changed. Now she's a sassafras.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Ooh.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see the razor sharpness in her gaze? I don't think she's bluffing. She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the Princess is the name of the game, so I'll choose that one, I think.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
Uh-oh.
We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Oh, she is mad, honey.
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess.
Oh my goodness.
As you gasp for air.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely.
The princess is evil.
What I really like is the fact that during FearFest we have a few very good visual novel horror games, because in my opinion this subgenre, I mean visual novels with more dark and creepy story, haven't enough attention from the players. This is those are often very good and very scary games, like the one I have here. I have a great pleasure to speak with Fiore, one of the developers behind the game called Frail Hearts. Hi, how are you?
Hello, a bit sleepy. Game just released yesterday. I'm processing everything after 3 years of development, but I'm fine.
I imagine a lot of emotions right here, right now. So, but yeah, I would like to speak about your game. It's not a secret that, Frail Hearts is mostly story-driven title. So please tell me what the story of Frail Hearts is about. What can we expect from it?
So, as you told, this game is a visual novel with RPG elements. We mostly take inspiration from Lovecraft, Edgar Allan Poe for the horror genre, and we also took inspiration from many old school RPG from Japan. For example, Shin Megami Tensei, Drakengard, that's my favorite game. So the game overall talks about the city of Greece. It's a very mysterious city set at the end of the Second World War in, let's say, our current timeline. But something happens and monster will appear in the city. The story then focuses on 4 characters, a nun, a gangster, a scholar, and a student who needs to solve the, let's say, inner problems in order to survive.
Okay, I see. And what inspired your art style? Because it's quite unique.
Well, first of all, I'm an artist. I already have a career in printmaking. I like metal music, so I took a lot of inspiration from, let's say, dark artworks. And overall, I really like grayscale. As you will see, the game is in grayscale with some touch of bright colors for the characters. And let's say melancholy is the whole driven energy the game art and story is giving to players and the world of Greece. So first of all, I have to thank you for this interview. And well, what can I say? The game is very particular for me because it's part of my story. I wanted to explain to how many people I could how it feels to be particular, different. This story talks about a lot of LGBT community, inner problems, a lot of mental issues, family issues, living in a world you're not belonging in. So we hope really to get in touch with a lot of fans, people who have the same problem. Maybe they can understand and find a place to, let's go home, as long as they play. So that was our intent as sages.
Kid, the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. If you want to be a hero here, just being good isn't enough. Because this world is ruled by greed, and greed is exactly what you need here. So kill. And blow up. And loot. Anyone who stands in your way on the path to greatness.
I simply adore beautiful and well-made pixel art. And here we have one with the game called Greed Ventory. I have a great pleasure to be able to speak with the developer responsible for this title. Hi, Alexi, how are you?
Hello, I'm more or less fine, as my situation can afford.
I'm super happy that you have time to work on this game, no matter what's going on, because this title just looks amazing, and I think it will be great for more people to find out about it. So let's speak about this title, what the Greed Inventory is about, what's so unique about this world, and what exactly the greed means in this world.
Well, you see, greed is the main driving force that for every hero, actually. All that world-saving nonsense is just a misdirect, a way to hide their intentions. As you know, a real adventurer can't help him or herself but get seduced by the new item, new shiny magical thing, if it happened to be in front of him. He wants just immediately grab it and put it in his heroic bag. The world of Greed Inventory is created and ruled completely by greed. Well, a lot of heroes were traveling here, doing their heroic deeds in search of magical stuff. But there was one first hero who decided that all those artifacts are too dangerous to mankind. So they must be contained properly. He had created an Igneous Sigil Brotherhood, an organization that strives to collect and control every piece of ancient magic they can reach, to protect the common folks, of course, even if that means confiscating relics from other adventurers, you know. So your heroic uncle is one of them, and after another round of seizures from the Brotherhood, he decided that was the final straw. The vile organization that strips heroes of their honestly acquired spoils of the past must be destroyed, and you will be the one who will do this. Mechanically speaking, the Greed Inventory is a point-and-slash RPG where we tried to make an unusual but still engaging and challenging combat that perfectly blends all the things we love: the parries, riposts, and gallons of blood. The game is, hardcore-ish, so be prepared to die a lot in here. Combat consists not only of swinging your sword around. We've always wanted a magical system that is tightly woven into with the deadly weapon strikes. So we made it here in Greed Inventory. Your companion, your greedy companion, the imp who lives in your bag and manages it, actually, is to your service right here. Spells combine with your strikes and with each other in a very specific way, providing spectacular and deadly effects on the heads of your enemy. And of course, any loot you came across can be of good use. You can even cast spells for gold here in this game. But of course, you are not the only one who is driven by the corruptive force of greed. Various boss fights will put your reflexes and skill to test. Each one, we tried to make each one with his own gimmick and means to chop your head off and to amaze you somehow, of course, because boss fights are the coolest part of the game. So, kill, loot, and blow up everyone who stands in your way on your path to greatness. As every Ukrainian, we are not giving up any of our dreams or stuff to the ongoing war, and we are trying to fight our own fight from the point when we can do this in a most effective way. We are trying to help our armed forces with donations. We regularly do this, and we do some volunteer job on our free time. So we will be really grateful if you like the game. You go and wishlist it on Steam, and we'll see you there.
You missed. Ooh. Godzilla's eating people off toilets now? Anglerfish, open until dawn. Are we a cosplayer? A little bearded girl. I'm obsessed. Oh, drinking blood. Can you see that? Person was in the bathtub. Oh, watching someone chop up an old lady. You got found. This game only saves when you die. Oh. Uh-oh. You can pet the dog? Oh, party has been canceled. Every time you die, something changes. Frickin' frog. Oh, I think I'm blocking that again. Shoot the monster. Oh, we can go fishing. Very cute. Oh no, what is that? Surrender. Yeah, you better surrender. Ooh. I like the little sailor outfit. Very cute. Oh, it's a different dog. Oh, you can't leave. You get punched. Professional villains.
Tonight, on Action News Investigator 8.
Mortimer's Handyman, a small children's cable show that critics say had a bright future until tragedy struck. An accidental fire destroyed the soundstage and killed 8 people, including series creator @OwenGumpty. But one former employee says that's not what happened at all.
I was there for about a year. I still have nightmares about it. I mean, people would say I was crazy, but something was wrong in that place. Really wrong. Everybody knew. Don't be alone with the puppets. They watch you. They move when you're not looking. I know these 2 guys. Worked a late shift, never saw them again. Bam, gone. I told everybody. They wouldn't listen. They said I was unhinged and they fired me. Well, who's unhinged now?
So what are you saying?
He didn't die in a fire. There you got it.
My name is @OwenGumpty. I brought them to life. Now I have to stop them.
And just a little blush for you. There! Good as new! No! Father! Father, what did I do?
Sometimes I have a feeling that horror developers just really, truly hate children. Because let's take a look at those all creepy, haunted plush toys, dolls, puppets. Come on guys, it's sick, but I love it. I have a pleasure to speak with Andy and to the developers responsible for the game called Hello Puppets Midnight Show. Hi guys, how are you?
How you doing?
Great, thanks.
So, following to my short introduction, guys, why? Why on earth? You take something innocent like puppets and you turn it into a real nightmare.
It was puppets was kind of a merger. Originally was a hybrid of some ideas that Otherworld had been thinking about for a long time in terms of mechanics of it. The franchise was originally VR, and there had been some Robin, the game director, and Andy had been thinking a lot about what you could do with hand puppets in VR and how that would be kind of fun and interesting. And so they were, very much approaching it from a sort of mechanical point of view. For me, a lot of the inspiration was I saw a picture of evil Muppets online, somewhere somebody took Kermit the Frog and blacked his eyes out, and like Fozzie Bear and blacked his eyes out and gave him like brows like this, and it really scared the hell out of me. And I just found it to be, I always think you should follow with narrative stuff what scares you. You should always start with what you find frightening, what you find funny, what you find interesting, whatever. And so those were the kind of 2 starting points that I think eventually led to Hello Puppets.
I think that especially when building and designing this game, that one of the best genres that I think is very overlooked is when you combine horror with comedy. and that you have these very lighthearted moments and these very funny things, and then you mix something in scary, and it really creates this kind of roller coaster of emotions. And possessed children's toys fits right in with that kind of loop. And I think that, specifically with a lot of the writing that Andrew Allen has done, these characters are funny and also terrifying, and that's very, very captivating, especially if you look at a lot of other horror games where you run scared most of the time. That's a lot of emotion and a lot of kind of like aggression there, and I really love that the comedy that I think we throw in lightens that. And having kind of possessed children's toys, especially slightly moronic occasionally possessed children's toys, I think is really apt and really fun for what the game is. I would just say that Hello Puppets is something new and unique and different, and we've really taken this kind of genre of hide and seek and added some really interesting and fun characters to it. So I really hope you'll check it out, and when it launches in October, I hope you guys will give it a wish list and a look. So thanks.
Yeah, for me, I'll just say that, the thing I always look for when I play in indie games is passion. And, I just want to say that everybody who works on this game, everybody's worked on this franchise, has put their heart and soul into it. And it's been, at times, a very bumpy road. We've been through a lot of hardship as a team. We joked on the first game that the franchise is cursed. And we've gone through a lot of ups and downs together. But the thing that we have stayed consistent on is we've kept on pushing forward, putting everything we have into this franchise and everything, all of our love and passion. And I think that's why you see it's both scary and funny. It'll both charm you and terrify you in equal measure. I don't think there's a lot of stuff that does that, and mechanically and narratively, it's a really cool twist on the if you like Alien Isolation, or if you like this kind of running and hiding from a big scary AI, I think we have a really cool twist on that formula that involves puzzles, that involves dynamic, repeatable gameplay. And I think it's just unlike any other game that's on the marketplace. And I think it'll tell you a really powerful story. It'll really challenge you. It'll really scare the hell out of you, and it'll make you laugh. And I think those things are a pretty unique combination to have together. So I really hope you guys will check it out.
And just a little blush for you. There! Good as new! No! Father, what did I do?
I'm very confused by all of these. What the? No, the dog! Distract him with the bag! Oh god. Ah! Run, little girl, run! That was very rude. When it finally stops raining, it's rained like 3 or 4 days in a row here. Are you in London? Feels that way. I'm in jolly old London. Wet bone found. Ah, for the doggy. They took the wet bone. Wow. Oh god. Don't be mean. I just gave you a treat, jerk. Ah! Heck off, crazy lady. Nah! Why do I have to die? Do not open them, no matter what happens. Do not open them. Do you understand? Nope. Thank you so much, Pugyo. Welcome back. Welcome on back. We're not gonna make it. Ah! I rushed it too many times.
Now is going to be both spooky and cold, because I have a pleasure to speak with Adam, the member of the team responsible for a visual novel horror game called Last Threshold. Hi Adam, how are you?
Hi, I'm really cool and I'm really glad to speak today with you. So what can I say more?
First of all, I really want to know one thing, because like I said, your game is without any doubts, is a Lovecraftian horror, but it is a visual novel. And I'm curious, how do you build that dark, creepy atmosphere in visual novels when you can't use some tricks that are available for you when you, for example, I don't know, make first person horror experience?
One of the couple of first questions which we tried to find the answer was to try to define how we will understand what the horror is. You know, when you have to combine it with all this Lovecraftian atmosphere, and you know that you need to build attention, it's not so easy to find a proper solution. We decided to find something, I think, in general, very obvious in horror, which is focusing on sound design, but we tried to do it a little bit in a unique way. We decided to add a lot of strange noises in our game, combine it with very atmospheric and somehow tribal and ethnical soundtrack made by Patrick Selina. Mm-hmm. And then we've tried to define the artistic style of it. So you have these 3 elements. It is something which I can say it's surrounding the plot. Of course, the beginning is the plot, our story about the expedition to the icy land of Chukchi, deep in Siberia. But we know that we can combine those elements to show the players our vision of terror, of horror, and all of these, elements which can create a feel of small discomfort for the player. We know that one of the biggest disadvantages of a lot of visual novels is a lack of graphics. You have 5 or 6 graphics and maybe and a couple of animations. Of course, there are a lot of well-developed visual novels, but in general, it's from the graphic and artistic point of view, it's very simple genre. We decided to do something different because we thought at the beginning that choose the visual novel genre to show the Lovecraft-related topics and somehow historical topics, Exile to Siberia, for example, will be very tricky to the players because they expect something maybe more like survival horror. No, here you have the introduction to the story, introduction to the characters and to the whole situation of this crazy expedition. This graphic style for us was very important to show the aspects of that times, the ending of 60s, all this climate full of insecure, feel of you are somewhere and you know it's very dangerous, but you can observe the change. For example, at the beginning you have very bright graphics and then they are darker and darker and more. Our art style is focusing on switching the color. I mean, when you are entering to the temple, you can see that there are more colorful objects. Color is very meaningful in our game. To sum it up, music, voices, very strange sounds, of course, and playing with color and playing with light. So, guys, I would like to invite you to playing Lost Threshold on Nintendo Switch and Steam. I hope that you find something very mysterious in the legendary temple in the Iceland of Choo-Choo. And I hope that you discover this Lovecraft-related atmosphere and climate with us, with Astrolab Stories. So, see you in the Last Threshold game. Enjoy.
Get into the Hollywood of 1985 with Alan Goldberg. He's responsible for the biggest box office hits of horror cinema. But he's lost in the studio system, incapable of showing his true potential. Now his fate is set to change in the search for a lost movie. The scariest movie ever.
Every time I think I saw everything in video games, some developer comes out and presents some great ideas, and this is the case here, because I have a great pleasure to speak with Abdurafi about his game with a very disturbing title, Who Is He Let Me Out? Hi Abdurafi, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, and yeah, we are actually good in here.
Great. So your game is unique on many levels because it has very interesting setting. It's kind of weird in a positive way, of course. And what really drew my attention is that you have the moments in your game when you play as a spider. The spider is not the enemy, it's the protagonist. So how did you come up with such idea? How does it look?
Our spider gameplay is inspired by some games like Watchdog 2 game. They use animal robot and drones to unlock some puzzle. Sometimes we can use animal or robot to help us when there is a puzzle to solve. Some puzzles cannot be solved by main character, so we can solve the puzzle with the spider. Of course, we also have a background story of the why the spider was pet by Alvin, which can only be explained when you play the game to the end. This is our first, not our first, but second game. And the title is Who Is Let Me Out. It's a mystery puzzle game in which you play as a child in an Indonesian vintage village in the middle of 1960 background. You must escape a cursed vintage village, exorcise the demons by brewing potions, and be helped by a cute little sister and a pet spiders. One night, Alvin woke up from the nightmare and found his mother is missing. And all the doors are locked, and he didn't know what happened. However, he gets help from his little sister to get out of the house and search for his missing mother. He finally realized that not only his mother, but all the villagers were also missing. And the things got even stranger when the ghost appeared out of nowhere. In the early September, we will build the new demo. And you can play the new demo in the Fear Fest, and yeah, we have some good news, and yeah, you can wishlist to right now for the game.
Okay, see what I mean by cutesy graphics? Oh, I guess it's pretty creepy, but the main character is pretty cute. Do I have to go around, or do I need to lift the table? Do I have superhuman strength? Oh, okay, never mind. There's another light up there. I guess that's where we're going. There's a giant cage, which oh my god, there's a giant teddy bear. This is kind of cool, honestly. Oh, this one has something! Take it out! Sorry, I don't know why I'm freaking out so much. Yes! That was cool. Oh, I thought something was under the covers. It freaked me out for a second. Hopefully there's no jump scares in this. Oh, I'm bad when it comes to jump scares. I mean, I appreciate them, but my heart does not. Oh, goodness. Okay. I don't understand, but let's keep going. I don't see anything over. Oh, okay, what's this? Oh, the clock! Oh, I attached it, nice. Flash me back to when I feel like I overfilled the tub one time when I was young. My mom was not happy. Not happy at all. I can't see anything. Oh, it's a basement, that's awesome! I love going to the basement in horror games. It's my favorite place in the world.
What is so fascinating about Fear Fest is that yes, this is a horror event, but we still have games from so many genres. We have action horror games, we have virtual reality horror games, we have shooter horror games, and we also have puzzle horror video games like Spread. I have a great pleasure to speak with the developer of Spread, Alvin. Hi Alvin, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm super excited to speak about your game because it looks amazing and I just love puzzle games. So please tell me, how do you design the game that is a puzzle horror game? Because I guess you need to find a balance between mechanics and fear.
Yeah. So the story of Spread is about disease and survival, and we took inspiration from games like Limbo, Little Nightmares, and like Resident Evil, and we wanted to create a unique dark fairy tale. And we came up with the main character Vinny, a little girl who has ability to control vine plans to grow. During this whole game, she needs to uncover the connection between this disease and the vines and solve the mystery behind her special ability. We create this world driven by these vines' dark secrets, and we put her in very dangerous environment. The story of the Spread definitely sets the tone for a horror tale. And Vinny's special ability to control vine brings out the puzzles. So we use the mechanic from the story and put the mechanic in Vinny so players can use her ability to solve the puzzles. And during the game, we put a lot of story text and collectible items to help players to put together the whole story piece by piece. That's how we balance both. Both atmosphere and mechanics serve the purpose of telling the story, and we believe that there is enough power in our story already to give players the chills. You're a little girl and you're being cursed by the disease, and you break your way out of a very dangerous hotel. The atmosphere and the mechanics really relies on the audio and visual presentations. For example, the vines in the game can create an escape path for Vinny, but how those vines grow out can be quite unsettling visually. The vines can also interact with the environment, so you get both visual and audio presentations from our mechanics while exploring the whole world. And Spread is currently still under development, and we are very excited to share Vinny's story with everyone. And we will be releasing a playable demo during October Steam Fest. Feel free to check us out and wishlist Spread on Steam.
Long time ago, a game called Portal and its sequel Portal 2 became some kind of revolution for logical puzzle genre, and even today we have so many developers trying to, catch this unique Portal vibe, and I have one such developer here who I believe managed to do it. Please welcome Andrei, the developer responsible for the game called Artificial. Hi Andrei, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking.
So, about your game, please tell me what Artificial is about and what kind of puzzles are we going to solve in your game?
Well, Artificial is a first-person physics-based puzzle platformer. It's basically heavily inspired by both Portal and Half-Life 2. It's focused on environmental or environment-based puzzles. The whole game takes place inside of a huge asteroid in space, where people decided to build the mining colony. But something in the colony goes wrong. There is this huge hive mind entity which appears there and starts using human-made technology to hunt humans, and you play as one of the survivors.
And I know that Portal and Half-Life are just amazing games, but let me ask you, why those games? Why are you inspired by Portal and Half-Life?
I would say they were just like a huge thing for me when I was growing up. And for me personally, both Half-Life and Portal are something that I would compare to like how the games of this type should be made. And I feel like even in general, like gaming community, they are very, very influential. You can definitely follow and wishlist Artificial on Steam. If you want to know more about it, I post like semi-regularly like updates about Artificial on Twitter, and I also stream development of the game live on Twitch. So if you're interested in that, you can find me there as simple_game_dev, and I'm usually there daily working on the game.
Somewhere in the wilderness that once was New England, a dark ritual is cast. Meanwhile, nearby in Caribou Creek, explosion lights up the night. The survivors call for an alchemist.
What is very cool about video games is that they often take you on journeys to different worlds, weird worlds, creepy worlds, but still different. Like the game of my next guest. I'd like to welcome Alain, who is the developer behind the game with such amazing title, BattleJuice Alchemist. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing? Thanks for having me.
I'm super excited to speak with you about your game because, like I said, it's when I first looked at your game, it was like, oh my god, it's so weird, but in a positive way, of course. So please tell me more about it. What is this world? Who is the character, and what do you do in your game?
Yeah, it's actually kind of a joke that the name of the protagonist is also Juice. Mm-hmm. So BattleJuice Alchemist has this multiple layers, like a bit like Beetlejuice, mm-hmm. but also that you throw potions, and that's also Juice, and your name is also Juice. So our protagonist, that's Juice, and Juice is called to Caribou Creek. That's actually the place where his uncle lived, and his uncle was an alchemist, but unfortunately he made some experiment and blew up the town. Mm-hmm. And now the town is destroyed, and the few people who stayed there, they rebuild it, and then a demonic incursion kind of happens, and they are really in need of a new alchemist to help them out to protect themselves. So you, as Juice, you travel to Caribou Creek, investigate and try to find out what's happening, why spirits and demons are piercing the veil from the crossroads into the real world, and yeah, that's kind of the story.
What did exactly inspire you? I mean, mostly your art style and the weirdness of your world.
Yeah, that's definitely Tim Burton. You can see that with the swirly things, and it's quite a dark world, but it's not that dark that you, I mean, you have like gore and blood and stuff, but it's in a cartoony way. And the characters, they are not super horrific, but more strange. And this is also what I want to explore a little bit, that not all the things that you first think are demonic or evil, that they also have their lives and they are just strange and beings from another realm and different rules and stuff. And I think this is something that Tim Burton also does, like have sympathy with these strange characters and weird characters, and that you also always see as the antagonists. Yeah, so Tim Burton, big inspiration. Also classic horror movies like The Werewolf, The Wolfman, Dracula, all these 1930s stuff.
The best ones.
Big thing. Yeah, and somehow Hellboy, I always say Mike Mignola. I don't know if you know the Hellboy comics.
Yeah.
They have these, they are almost, feels like he carves out brighter colors out of the blackness, like the page is black and he paints with white and stuff. That there's a lot of darkness, and this is what inspired me also as well. So in BattleJuice Alchemist, it's always night. There's a day-night cycle, but I always say it's like more like a night-night cycle because the sky is always dark. First of all, thank you for having me. It's so cool to have this festival, and there are so many cool games. It's not only BattleJuice Alchemist. So everybody take a look at all these great games. It's such a cool event, and it's a great possibility for us developers to get our games out. And yeah, BattleJuice Alchemist, it's currently on Steam as a playtest. It's not in early access yet or anything, but you can play it as a playtest and just go there, check it out if you like it. That would be cool. And yeah, that's it.
Hair. White. Actually, no, blue. Purple. Orange. Cthulhu! To press 1 to use explosive flask. Okay. Are they going to fight each other? No, they're not. They're coming for me. Ah! Oh, you can swim? I'm swimming. There we go. Yeah, look at the stuff that's on fire. Look. Because the animation's really cool. Fuck me. Fuck. Get the fuck out my way. Right. I do like this crossroads bit. This crossroads bit is really interesting. So I've been trying to fight, like typical king, like fight, just fight him. And all I had to do was run away. This dude needs to fuck off my face. It's immune. Please give me frog jump. Please give me frog jump and kill me. I've got to make sure to juice up. You might have found multiple flasks by now. Experiment with equipping different compositions that suit your way of fighting. Well, my way of fighting at the moment is running away like a little bitch. Fuck! It's a little. You know what this feels like a little bit? A little bit like Pokemon. You know, like the backwards and forwards on Pokemon. And equip this juice flask. Do so more often by replenishing your juice. I'll replenish your juice.
We can all agree that having someone invade your home isn't fun. However, for some reason, we all really love to bring horror into our homes with VR games.
Oh wait, what's in here? Like, I will kill you with a toothbrush. Comrade, get ready for raid. Don't forget to take filters, first aid kits, and ammo. Where's all that at? It's a bunch of wires there. I can't erase. What's the point of this if I can't erase with the... I'm hearing some spook... Rat! That's a big rat. Look at that thing. Look at it. Come here, rat. Gotcha. Hello? I don't like... whatever that is. I don't like that. I'm gonna burn this. Ooh, I burned it! Oh god! I don't have a wheel. Am I on tracks? Can I stop? Ooh! Probably shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna go, I'll just beat shit with my hands. I'm just beat shit with my hands. Where am I even at right now? I don't even know where I'm in my room. Where am I at in my room? Can I go this way? I'm just walking around. Hold on. Like, I got a gun! Oh, I don't, Oh shit. So this game sounds cool. This game looks cool. Where the fuck do I get ammo? Shit, I'm fucked. I don't like that sound. Shit, I dropped it. That, oh, come here. That my shadow right there just creeped me the fuck out. Okay, I don't... Click. Whatever. We're gonna go this way. Wait a minute. That's my shadow. What the fuck is that? That's my shadow. What is that? That is my shadow right here. What is that?
let me take you to the next level, because right now we are entering the virtual reality zone. I'm super excited to be able to speak to Selina from Moonseer Games, the studio responsible for the game called Wandering in Space. Hi Selina, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Like I said, I'm happy to speak with you because I'm fascinated by the virtual reality games, and I'm curious about one thing. How do you design such a game? I mean, what tricks or mechanics do you use so your players would totally, immerse in your game?
The biggest difference between VR games and traditional games, the intense immersion from the interaction of your body movements. So we made sufficient designs in every important action. Whether the player just pulls out a weapon or uses one, every interaction is as close to real-world behavior as possible. For example, let's say in the game how to obtain superpowers. In the traditional games, you can just move the cursor and click the mouse on a plane to finish everything. But in Wandering Space, our games, you can use your left hand to pick up a needle and insert the needle into your right hand. It significantly improves the sense of immersion and realistic simulation, because the former one is making a choice by moving your finger, and the latter is a real operation of your body. So the logic of interaction and outcome is obviously different. As a result, players in our games tend to quickly enter the character and believe that they are truly entering another world, because everything they interact with the virtual world is highly similar to the real world. We launched the game at the end of June, and it's only in the early access version. So we get a lot of suggestions from the whole world. So we learn a lot from the people. So I think we make a big progress in this 1 month, like 5 updates we made in 1 month. So it's much better than the first. So we are also pleased to get all suggestions from the people. So just join us. Thanks.
I think that more terrifying than playing horror video games is when you are in horror video game. Like in a Snipe Hunt, let me introduce my next guest, the developer responsible for this title. Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm Adam Wilkes. I go by the name Drac. Yes, I'm the one who made Snipe Hunt. My philosophy for making it was that I did not like how most horror games focus on spectacle over ambience. It's kind of difficult to explain, really. A lot of horror I've noticed just seems to go so over the top with the scare as the focus that it loses its punch. You know what I mean? I wanted to address that and try to actually make the environment itself as scary as possible without relying on
like something like less jump scares, more atmospheric horror. You can say.
Yes, yes, exactly that. To do that, I actually did some extensive testing without any monsters even in the game.
Okay.
And the feedback was that it was already terrifying.
Okay, I can imagine.
So that's when I knew I was on the right track.
And this is also why you choose to use VR, not just the regular, let's say regular horror game, but VR because you wanted to make it even more atmospheric.
The game didn't start as VR, actually.
Okay.
I discovered that the very nature of how VR works was the perfect fit for how I was designing Snipe Hunt, and so I decided to leverage VR to further augment what it was already doing well. One of the key things that VR is good at is it's good at developing a sense of isolation. Because in VR, you're in your own little world. Nobody else is there. You can't even see the real world around you. You're being bombarded with this environment and the senses coming in to you. What happens when we take that environment, take that system, and feed it a game that feeds on that sense of isolation, getting lost in a maze, all the ambient sounds and the spooky vegetation moving around you. Well, there's a demo on Steam if you don't believe me. Check it out for yourself on the game's Steam page. Thank you for hosting this event. It's been a pleasure.
I think everyone can name a game that scared the life out of them when they were a kid. I know that we can also agree that while the new horror games are great and all, old school horror never dies.
I just can't let you live in a place like this, Adrian. This whole damn house is soaked with my sorrow. And this chair that was my prison for years. I can't let you take this place. Not like this.
A great pleasure to be able to speak with a guy who will take us to the past, thanks to his creepy, scary asshole game called Remorse the List. Here is Peter. Hi Peter, how are you?
Hello, good, thank you.
So I really want to focus on your game, Remorse the List, because it's influenced by the action horror games from the first decade of the century. I'm talking about the titles like Condemned Queen Origins, Cry of Fear, and all those games based on exploring or jump scares on resource management. And the question is very simple: why did you decide to make such game today?
Yeah. It was a great community back then. I wanted to remake that feeling of the games. I thought it's a good idea to make a game that is like have that old school feeling of like games like Cry of Fear, Afraid of Monsters, Condemned. Loved the style, and I loved how we made kind of the first FPS horror games, because back then there was only Silent Hills, Resident Evil games, and this modding community made kind of the first FPS survival horror games. So like Afraid of Monsters, Cry of Fear, Grey, Nightmare House. And it was a great community. So we always talked about games and each other, about who like what the games, which games we played. So this was a great era for me. So I wanted to recreate this whole community on Discord, on my Steam page, everywhere. So yeah, that was my main idea behind the game.
And Remorse, the list is full, and trust me, I know it because I shit my pants a lot of time. It is full of great jump scares. To make a very good jump scare, it's also a lot of work. So what is the recipe? How do you make a good jump scare in a video game?
Well, first we always want to make a creepy atmosphere, so dark, gritty area, and then need to tune the player a bit for the jump scare. So right before the jump scare, you show him something that is a little bit creepy, or they can expect the jump scare, but they don't know when. So it's a great way to make this atmosphere for the jump scare, and then the jump scare after that. So if you like horror games and you like that modding community and survival horror games and FPS games, then you should buy Remorse and check it out.
Listen, Larry, I was thinking, a lot of people have been naughty this year. I need you to go out and kill. You must kill. Kill, 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 kill. Keep on killing, Larry. Punish everybody who has been naughty.
You're all dancing, and you don't know where I am. Look at them breaking it down. Honey, you got the moves. She's fucking... Oh.
There's a knife in the kitchen.
Well, where the fuck is the kitchen? Wow, a spinning knife. Look at that. I need to go kill the naked one. I want to kill the naked one. Oh, you're still dancing, aren't you? Come back here. Can you stop running, please? I'm trying to murder you.
You must kill. Kill, 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 kill.
Oh my goodness. They blew up. Oh my gosh. She's so happy for the sales, she didn't even see me. No, wait, I was gonna kill you. Oh my gosh. How cute, I love it. Mom, that's a corpse. Everything's fine, everything's normal. Sorry, Larry. I had to cooperate with the FBI. What the fuck? This tree just sold me out.
Okay, so let's move on to our next guest, the creator of a small but spooky as hell game. I'd better leave all the lights on because here he is, Clarice from the Dollar Game Store, the developer of Lights Off. Hi Clarice, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm super excited to speak with you about your small game, and of course when I started the interview my cat started to making sounds. I hope it won't bother you.
It's perfect.
Okay, so going to your game, Lights Off, the idea behind this game is both simple and genius. You just walk around the house for a couple of nights and you turn all the lights off and it's super creepy. How did you come up with that idea? What inspired you?
So it started off very surface level almost. I wanted to pick a relatable topic, and I think everyone has that childhood fear of, having to turn off the lights at night and running to your bed or running upstairs. But what initially started as just a simple, relatable concept kind of turned into something a little bit deeper than just the surface level theme. And I try to analyze what makes it so scary. And at the end of the day, I realized that there's a certain fear that we have of the unknown within the known. Meaning that once we're familiar with our surroundings, we also happen to know where all the nooks and crannies are, where potential dangerous things could be hiding. If you think back, the place you're probably the most scared of was your bedroom at night, which is also the place you're most familiar with. So it turned into much more of an experiment regarding that than just the theme itself.
Why did you decide to use the PS1 retro style graphic?
Well, I mean, multiple reasons. I think it's quite popular nowadays among indie devs. One of the main reasons being that it's great for low budget. I think the entire game cost around $300 to develop and publish, so quite a low budget game. But the other reason why we decided that is we wanted to prove to both ourselves as well as the rest of the internet that horror at the end of the day is a psychological thing, and it's not just something involving scary looking visuals and loud sounds and so on. Your mind is the most scary thing because you can always come up with things that scares you the most.
Totally agree with you. And Lights Off is right now free to play on Steam, right?
That is correct, yeah. No reason to not give it a shot. See if you like it, and it's free. You've got nothing to lose, and if you want to see any upcoming projects, you can follow me on the social medias tied to the game.
September 21st, 1987. My nightmares are getting worse. I have to finish what I started. What I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican. September 21st,
oh, jeez!
1987.
Why'd it get so quiet? Ah! I didn't get scared. That wasn't me. Ah! Oh, no, it's not.
Mortis.
You're invited. Oh my god, that's the creepiest clown I've ever seen in my life. Hello, I want to pet the deer. No, it's gone. Oh, it's back. Uh-oh. Kill her. There's a gun. What is that? Oh my god. Let's do a dance. I'll dance with you. What is that? No! Keep holding it! Okay. Oh my god! Why? Let's try not to die instantly. Yes! No! Oh, I'm scared.
System failure. System failure. System failure. System failure. System failure. System failure. System failure.
What I really like about horror creators is that they often take something ordinary, like an ordinary job at supermarket or security booth, and they turn it into real nightmares. I'm not kidding, it's not a joke, I really like it, and that's why I have a great pleasure to speak right now with Kyle, the developer of the game called Security Booth. Hi Kyle, how are you?
Hello, I'm great, thank you.
Your game doesn't look like a horror game. You play as a security guy who sits in a security booth, but I suspect that there is so much more than meets the eye here. So please tell me, what is the fear factor here? What this game is really about? Of course, without making too many spoilers.
Yep. So what I try to go for security booth is a lot of games tend to be in the nitty-gritty of where everything's kind of happening, and with security booth I wanted to go for something a little different and have it like you're outside of the facility where bad stuff's happening. So it's quite, I'm pretty much going for the fear of the unknown. Mm-hmm. So you know something's happening, but you're not quite sure what is happening, and there's a couple of different type of themes in there. So I tried to capture that as best as I could, and I like to bleed a bit of the lore and information to the players when I can.
So it's more like working on clues. You don't show exactly what's going on. It's just having pieces that you need to collect into the full picture in this game, right?
Yeah, so I like to give the players the ability to theorize their own type of what could be happening. I find it quite interesting for projects that do that, kind of keep it loose so they have to guess. So it's kind of like a detective game in a way, where you're kind of trying to pull little bits of information from different areas and try and build your own theory on it. I don't think at any point the game actually ever tells you what is happening. Originally in the director's cut, I was going to show what was happening inside, but then I felt like it gave too much away. And I just love the fact of players not fully getting the story so they can work it out themselves. And the last thing I wanted to ask you, why did you decide to go with a PS1 retro style graphic? For my full-time job, I work in video games. And we do in kind of like a semi-stylized realistic thing. Mm-hmm. It takes a lot more time. So I was like, this is more of a weekend project. So I thought I'll do something for PlayStation graphics because I really like the old aesthetic. And then I saw the like haunted PlayStation community and I was like, this seems like a good fit. So I managed to find, it just felt like it was right. And I love the old horror games as well. So
if you're interested in a game that is a psychological horror with many secrets where you can piece together the story itself, head over to Steam right now and grab a copy of Security Boost Director Cut.
No one's gonna get past if you're not loud. Try me. Oh, there's another car. Stop what you're doing! That's right, talk to me. Leo N31. That's Louis Woodhouse, okay. All right, Louis. You're allowed through. I'll get the gate open now. All right, Leo, you go in. He's gone. There's a black figure in front of the van? What do you mean? I didn't see that. Are you serious? Bruh, now I'm scared. I want to try to sneak in. Ah! Oh!
Error code 0 5 0 4 7 7.
Guys, I let someone... I literally... Oh my god, I literally have chills. Like, I have chills all over me. Hello? Help me! Oh! Oh! Hello?
Emergency. Emergency. Lockdown system activated. Security weapons activated. Oxygen levels reducing. Your families will be informed of your death. Emergency. Emergency. Lockdown system activated.
I have chills everywhere. Are you gonna pick up the phone? Something's gonna pop up. I already know it. Damn, that was really, really cool. Good job, Kyle Horwood. You're fucking awesome, dude.
that's all we have for this year's Fear Fest. We hope we kept you on your toes with plenty of thrills and chills. Stay scared, and remember to sleep with your doors locked and your lights on tonight.
I found out that håᵥᵥᵏ lives here. This is some kind of old creepy building, and I'm gonna go there. But in a ninja way. Oh, gosh. I need to be... Why am I quiet? Why am I crawling? Fuck this shit. I'm too old for that. Filippa? Hey.
Hi, Howard. How are you?
Fine, thanks. What's going on?
I'm helping her. You clearly didn't understand how exactly this spell works. Whoever will watch the full broadcast, the full video, will have to buy all showcased games, or else he or she will suffer. So, as you can see, I'm helping her. She's buying right now all games from the broadcast, and when she will do it, she won't feel no pain anymore.
You know, that's sick.
Sick? This is brilliant! You have never worked as a marketing guy, do you?
No.
Whatever, you can prepare all those plans, you can perform all those marketing activities, run all your contacts, but still, you can fail. No one will buy your game, no one will watch your trailer. And I said, enough! I found the other marketing tool, black magic. I can cast a spell or on any video, on any trailer, and no matter how shitty it will be or how shitty the game itself will be, whoever will watch it will need to buy it. Scott was afraid, my former boss, he was afraid of this power. He fired me, but I will show him. Unfortunately, there is one big flaw of this spell. It's very complex, very complicated. I couldn't reproduce it, I couldn't repeat it. But thanks to you, I have the access to the USB stick one more time, and now I am able to use this spell whenever I want. I will show them!
Really?
Howard?
Yeah, I'm here. So
Howard, I can see you.
I'm here.
I told you she won't feel any pain, but there is one side effect.
You bastard. You sick marketing wizard!
And now I will show my power, the power of my spell to the whole world. I'm going to publish this broadcast to the internet.
You're sick.
No!